Hey!
Hey! Oh no, so close.
All right, we're all in.
Close.
I didn't realize how close I was cutting it for Addie. Welcome to another stream, another live play of Manifest the RPG. With me right now, as always, are Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, and Dan Barron. We were just joking about how we were gonna be there on time. Okay. So before we start with any recaps or anything that happened in the previous episodes, Addie, if you are prepared, I would. Do you have any announcements for the viewers?
Yeah. Hi, viewers. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Anyway, yeah. So we have a couple of announcements. So last week, you may have heard that the release of the book is delayed a little bit. We have no new news on that. It is still delayed. We are waiting to hear from our publisher when they can get their ink from China, which is currently under quarantine from, a deadly virus thingy. So, coronavirus, it has affected our production schedule. And as soon as we know what's going on, you will too. We'll definitely set it up in the Kickstarter. We'll announce it on stream. We'll put it on Twitter. Literally, there will be lots of celebrations, and you'll find out. So until then, you've still got us hanging out every week. If you love hanging out with us, you should subscribe to us. Give us a little bit more money to get some cool stuff going on in the stream, some interactables, maybe like, I don't know, cool stuff. It'll be cool. Um, we can get like a cool overlay and other twitchy things. I was caught off guard. I plead the
Excuses.
but yeah, hit the subscribe and follow button. If you subscribe to us through Amazon Prime, check how much longer you have into your 30 days. Once those 30 days are up, you should subscribe again. I think within the last couple of days, you can re-up the subscription ahead of time, so that's a nice thing as well. And then the other thing, the most exciting thing, is that we are going to be at C2E2 this weekend. And in addition to our booth and Tommy being there to answer all your questions, we have Crystal Sully, who did all of our amazing animal artwork, which if you've had the opportunity to follow her on Twitter, you will have seen a lot of it. And she'll be there exhibiting her art and manifests art. We also have a bunch of other cool stuff, so you should come say hi if you're in the Chicagoland area.
Addie will be at C2E2 as well, but not in a capacity where she'll be able to talk to you. She's going to be running all of the Dungeons and Dragons at C2E2. So if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons,
D&D, I will talk to you.
Yeah.
Where we have a ballroom filled with 20 tables of D&D running all weekend. So after you go and see the Critical Role team, you can come and play D&D on Saturday, which is great. It's when I'm bracing for impact. It'll be
also, the Manifest booth is booth 150. I don't remember if you said that.
I did not. It is on the left side of the conventions, the convention main floor, in the publishers row. So
yeah,
it'll be really cool. And that's it, I think, for announcements, unless somebody has something cool they want to share.
I think
now's the time.
To jump into the recap, Kinsey, Pax, and Roland have made their way into the Badlands to start a new life after getting away from the law in the garden. They came across a farm, the Munson farm, befriended the father of that family, and purchased some spice from the entrepreneurial son, and then
Not the Jedi.
took it to the nearby town of Soldina. And in the town of Soldina, they met all sorts of fun characters, including a little girl who was following them around and trying to give them a tour. Her name was Alma. I forgot her last name. Burns. Alma Burns. And she. They also found out that the nomad pack that this town relies on to transport goods to and from the town was running late. And so they went about their day, and then a car came careening into town, and Pax managed to save young Alma Burns from the car before it ran her over. It crashed into a nearby house, and they found out that the driver of that car was dead, and supposedly one of the Riveteers, which is the name of the nomad pack for this region. So the town, a little concerned, decided to employ these three drifters to try and figure out what was going on. The one lead they had was in the back of the neck of this Riveteer was an arrow that seems to have been crafted by a tribe that that neighbors the town to the south in the Snake Eye Canyons. So while the townsfolk are more or less are a little confused by the potential turn of events that the Ophidian clan that lives to their south has somehow turned on the Riveteers and perhaps the town as well. They sent these three drifters to the south to investigate Snake Eye Canyon, and while they were just outside of the canyon, it was the middle of the night. They decided to set up camp so they could go into the canyon with sunlight, and they hung out a little bit. Kinsey and Pax got to know each other a little more, and then Kinsey took Roland on a wild lizard chase in the middle of the night. Just dragged Roland out of the camp and took him around, and they finally found a tiny little lizard with a trap, and then tried to make Roland skin the lizard, and then Roland
made me kill the lizard.
Roland was not having it, was very upset, and so he left. And right after Roland left and crested over a hill, Kinsey found himself at Arrow Point. A young woman in her early to mid 20s, very physically fit. She's wearing dark armor with you can see feathers and stones in it. Half of her face is painted completely black, and then the other half of her face has some reddish brown markings around the eye that she has the arrow pulled to. As she points this finely tipped, potentially poison arrow at your face, Kinsey. And when we left off, she said, "How about you call your friends?"
Certainly, but I must ask, are you going to hurt them if I do? It may seem like a stupid question, but when we mean no harm. We're not here for any reasons other than diplomatic ones.
If you mean no harm, call them over, and we can have a nice talk.
All right, fair enough. Roland! I'm sorry, I don't remember your alias name. Could you come back, please? I'm a little bit stressed out. Not for any particular reason, just be careful. Not for any reason.
And
No.
the other one?
No, absolutely not.
I don't know if she can hear me, but please, Roland, can you bring Pax? Actually, did we even come up with a name for her? I don't. Sorry, it'd be very helpful if you could, please.
Okay, but understand, if I go wake up Pax and you're not in immediate life-threatening danger, both of us will be very disappointed.
Fair enough.
Kinsey, you see a kind of smirk on the face of the woman who has the arrow trained on you. Nice friends.
Oh yes, we've gotten close over the past few months.
Yeah, I'll go wake up Pax. Pax, wake up.
Ah!
No, it's just me.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm pretty sure Kinsey's in, some kind of immediate life-threatening danger, and we need to save him.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, it's sort of, you can tell in his voice when he's trying to play it cool.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the, night vision goggles and, scan the area.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an observe test. No negative penalties due to it being dark. In fact, I think your night vision goggles are good enough they give you a bonus when looking in the dark.
Yeah, they give me a +1.
You're up against a 10.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna spend grit to play to the gallery. So I can count this 13.
Okay.
Then, I have a 13.
Okay.
I have 1 13.
So you plop down your night vision goggles and start moving the way that Roland is guiding you. And as you kind of crest the hill, you hold Roland back so you can kind of scan the area. You do see Kinsey with a woman who's Kinsey. Are you very tall?
No, just about 5'11", I believe is what I said.
Okay, so she's just a little bit shorter than Kinsey. And she's got an arrow trained, kind of pointed at his chest at half drawn. And you see her and Kinsey clear as day. And then you also see amidst the rocks and hills nearby, you see some movement and you realize there's maybe about 6 people waiting to move in on Kinsey's position, but they haven't moved in as of yet.
Okay. Roland,
Yeah.
you're about to be up.
Okay.
It's not Kinsey's fault.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree.
I will get rid of all of my I'll leave all of my weapons in the car except for my concealed knife.
Okay.
Which will go in my boot, I guess.
Cool.
And then yeah.
And so
Walk
you and
over.
Roland walk over the hill. Kinsey, you see them come over the hill, kind of lit by the campfire behind them, and then they drop down into the moonlight, walking towards you. As you think
What
about,
I tell you, I'm pretty sure the arrow is poisoned. Does this count as life-threatening enough?
and about
Yeah.
halfway from that little hill to where Kinsey is. Once you guys get about that far, you see movement in the shadows around you as 6 more of these. Some of them have bows, some of them have kind of stone hewn javelins and knives at the ready, and they kind of slide out. They don't make any immediate gestures to you, but they let their presence be known, so you know that you are surrounded as you walk in. And the woman says, "What brings you to this land?"
Well, the town of Sildina hired us to investigate the dead Riveteer with an arrow. Sort of like the one you're holding in the back of his head.
She narrows her eyes at you. Go ahead and roll manipulate.
Have I impressed her with my dress?
No.
That's fine. It's a pretty good roll anyways.
Well, you are up against a 9.
Cool. I've got 3 net hits over a 9.
Okay. She narrows her eyes at you for a second and then like lowers the arrow away from Kinsey and she goes, "Dead Riveteer."
Yeah, he had like the handkerchief around his neck. I guess it's their thing.
She doesn't completely let go of the arrow, but she lets it kind of drop nearby her side. And you see the others are looking at each other kind of confused. And she goes, "Soldina sent you."
Yep.
"How long have you been traveling these parts?"
Like, this region, you mean?
She nods.
4.5 days.
"I believe the 3 of you need to speak to the elders."
Great. That's probably what we're here for.
And she...
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
"You can call me Sky." And then she turns to the others and says, "Let them return to their camp and collect their things. We'll escort you into the canyon and lead you to camp."
All right. We've got a truck. Is that can we bring it or?
You will be able to traverse the canyon in that, yes.
Great.
We should leave. We can make it before sunrise if we travel now.
Okay. Come on, Kinsey.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Thank you for not shooting me.
She nods politely at that. And as you make your way back to camp, they kind of like follow you. They kind of clump together a bit a ways behind you, kind of talking a little bit. She says some stuff to them, and then they fan out again as you're like kind of starting to pack up camp. And she approaches and says, "I'll ride with you in the back of the truck."
Sure.
And as you guys are kind of getting it done, she goes, "The dead Riveteer, you said he had an arrow in the back of his, like this?"
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, exactly like that.
She looks a little nervous at that and like slides it into her quiver. And she goes, "And you've seen no one else around here since you've left Soldina?"
Nope. There was a lizard that Kinsey made me kill, but
"Yes, I watched."
I don't think he did it. Was it as awkward for you as it was for me?
"It took longer than I expected."
Same.
Just trying to teach you a thing or two, and I'm not great at multitasking.
And you load up the truck. She hops into the back of the bed, and then you see out of the 6 others, they kind of like whistle, and out of the shadows, their eyes kind of gleaming against the headlights of your car. You see the hulking, furry, menacing frame of these large, like wolf hyena-like creatures that Kinsey you can identify without a roll. These are Warakin. They are vicious creatures, mostly home to the Badlands, and incredibly hard to tame. They are carnivorous, often banned from towns due to their habit of eating other mounts. But you watch as the 6 others, basically two to a Warrican, hop up on the back of these Warricans bareback and kind of ride ahead in the night.
Very fine mounts you have there.
I have a picture of a Warrican to show the stream one of these days.
Eventually.
Should really just have it queued up, but you know me. Only remembered that I had a picture of it just now. Wondering what a Warrican looks like? We'll give it a second to focus. Yeah.
Man, the fact that it focuses in on the face before the rest of the body is terrifying.
Yeah. I don't know for certain whether or not Crystal's going to have. Oh, I'm super blown out now. No. Whether Crystal's going to have Prince of the Warrican, but I know she'll have Prince of some of the beasts available for sale at C2E2. So they ride off. She doesn't respond to you, Kinsey, and she just says, I guess, to Pax, because you're driving. She kind of leans to your side of the cab and says, "They'll stay within sight. Follow them." You have your night vision goggles. It's very easy to see the Warrican as they ride off to the south. Yeah, there's she doesn't say anything to you guys as you travel. She's just kind of sitting in the back of the cab, watching you, potentially listening in, but there is the windows and everything. So if you guys want to talk at all along the way, that's up to you. Otherwise, it is an awkward, quiet drive on your way to Snake Eye Canyon.
So,
Go ahead.
have there been problems between you and the Riveteers, or?
Oh, you shout that back to her. She looks at you and she goes, "No."
What are you like? Is this like your regular job, like a scout?
Yes, I am a scout of the Ophidian clan. Very perceptive.
See anything real cool lately?
No.
Bummer.
It's usually quiet around here. Until recently.
Do you mean like the last 10 minutes, or like more than that?
The former.
Okay. I'm just trying to make polite conversation. It's sort of weird to just hang out in the back of our truck silently, looming.
It's kind of the point.
Okay, but I feel like it's sort of defeated now that I've addressed it, right?
She shrugs.
All right. So is the lizard like good eating, Kinsey, or?
Well, in a pinch it can be, depending on how you cook it. It was more the act of catching it that I was trying to hone in on in my lesson, you know.
Okay.
Did you learn anything?
I learned that this region is dangerous.
Given our present situation, I suppose I can do that.
Yeah. So, like, you can't just eat... I can't eat the lizard as a snack now, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, no, we probably should have cooked it if you wanted to eat it.
Well, I didn't then, but now...
Yeah. Maybe
appealing.
Well, if the sun were up, perhaps I could cure a little bit on top of the truck, but it's not quite warm enough for that right now. Although, how warm is the engine getting?
Putting raw meat on the truck. It's not happening.
But why not?
Because I stole this truck fair and square. It's my truck, and I say no.
Sorry, I'm still learning about this whole ownership thing, but I suppose I get that one.
I turn back to Sky. Yeah, see, like he thinks in terms of the group, like group ownership, right? And he's still sort of working on individual possessions.
Why not share what you have?
Well, you know, it's
Exactly.
Like,
See, that's what I'm saying.
no, hold on. She asked me. So here's the thing, Sky. I would if he'd asked, but that's the thing. He didn't. It's just sort of polite, right? Just to not assume that everything is yours because it's around.
To each their own, I suppose. If that's how you want to live within bounds together, then I can see the logic.
Sounds like your thing is your, tribe's thing is much more communal than that, though. Yes?
In that we share what we don't need with each other, yes.
But just sort of like hypothetically, if someone were to walk into your home and see a thing that you weren't using and just take it, just trying to get a read on where that falls on the scale of fine to not fine.
We're coming up on some rough terrain here. Keep an eye.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not driving.
No, she says that to Pax.
I know.
And then as you guys you start to enter the canyon, where you see it's kind of like these plateaus that are carved, well, like naturally carved, like these pathways through these different plateaus, and it kind of starts sinking down and gets deeper with like the walls raising higher and higher above you. And you follow the Warrican. Two of them split off out of sight in other paths, and then the one that's kind of leading you keeps moving ahead. And you follow like a winding path for another 30 to 45 minutes. And then it starts to slow down, and she goes, "You can stop here."
I do.
And she hops off of your car deftly, walks up, makes a couple of hand signals to the two on the Warrican. One of them drops off of the Warrican and stands in front of the truck, and then she hops on the back, and the other one rides ahead out of sight. And the one that's in front is just kind of standing there. He's got like a long like hunting spear, and you actually see he has a pistol on his hip as well.
I could take him.
I mean, maybe.
I could take him.
And you see that his head is painted from the point to the nose up is painted in all black, and then he has some like brown markings right here that go down his neck.
Hello there.
He just gives you a bit of a nod. And he stands there. He kind of eyes your truck a little bit, doesn't really say anything. And I think a good 10 minutes pass with him just kind of standing there watching you three in the car.
Does the paint have a significance?
Is that your first question?
It does.
Would you mind illuminating me on its purpose?
Practicality in one, camouflage. These marks here indicate my ability with an animal.
Okay. Is it like more marks is higher ability, or the presence of any marks? I'm trying to understand, your people, so as to better diplomat.
When we get into camp, you'll want to speak to Shesh. She educates outsiders.
Okay. Is Pax asleep?
Yeah.
And then after staying there for a bit, You see movement behind him again, and that one Warrican rider pulls up, and Sky hops off of the back of the Warrican, and then the man with the spear kind of folds back, and she goes, "We'll move on foot from here. Your car will be safe."
All right, off we go. Pax,
Yeah.
we're leaving. If you want to.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna gear up all this stuff.
Sure.
I think about taking Miguel's gun. I don't.
It's probably smart.
So you,
I do put it in the front seat though. Lock the doors.
the other two disappear, so it's just you guys with Sky again. And as she walks, she goes, "Apologies for the harsh welcoming."
Ambush.
Yes.
As ambushes go, it's the most welcoming one I've received.
I can agree to that.
We are not usually as territorial, at least outside of the canyon's domain, but times have been strange in the past week or so. We thought maybe there were enemies afoot nearby.
There might be. It's not us.
When we enter into camp, you'll speak with Apep, Shesh, and Lot. They are our leaders. They've instructed me to inform you what has passed in the last week. If Soldina sent you, then you know that the Riveteers are missing.
We knew that they were late. Missing is new.
Well, late for Soldina is even later for us. Usually the Riveteers pass through our lands and travel through, save some time, trade with us, and then move to Soldina. But we have not seen them. And what's more, 2 of our scouts have gone missing. We thought it a prelude to an attack. The Riveteers thwarted from their path. 2 of our scouts gone missing. We've been wary. The news that Soldina is unaware of what has transpired has possibly changed the landscape.
How so?
It means that they are not our enemies.
Well, they'll be thrilled to hear that.
Yeah. Also, there's maybe one guy. So.
What do you mean?
You all have a standing scout troop. Then are obviously trained. The people of Soldina, like, they're not fighters.
That is fair. Yet they have the capacity to hire, she narrows her eyes for a second, 2 capable fighters.
I mean, there's more battles than fought with guns.
She nods at that and says, "Yes, but I wouldn't call that fighting."
Sorry. It's not polite.
Clearly, you've never been a defense attorney.
She chuckles at that and she goes, "Can't say that I have." And then you come around a bend and you see torches lined up in an area. You've entered into basically like a small village carved into the side of like a cave mouth in this canyon. You can see like archways that lead into buildings. We have like beads hanging down, kind of blocking line of sight in, and the line of torches down like what is basically like a walkway leading towards kind of a central area where there seems to be a rudimentary well dug into the ground. And it's relatively small. You don't have to travel too far into the center area. But you do see that the cave, like the buildings go up to the top of like the cave and kind of arch in with the walls a little bit. And from some of the windows you can see faces of different people kind of like watching. And lined up on either side of this like kind of row of torches guiding you towards the well are some of the scouts you've seen and some other people armed that you didn't notice before. And standing there in front of the well is a man in his mid-50s. He is wearing scaled leather with different like gems kind of sewn into like it's almost like studded leather basically, but with gems instead of metal. And he has kind of sheathed on his back. You can see these like long curved blades. And then standing to his right in the middle is a woman in her maybe late 80s. She has worn features, slight hunch. She's wearing some. All of them are kind of wearing dark fabrics, mostly black, a lot of like reddish brown, and she's wearing like almost like robes that are kind of like tightly tied in multiple parts of her body to kind of make it a snug fit. She's got several like bands and straps that hold these robes close to her body, and then it kind of like gives out at her waist and kind of hangs loosely and freely around her legs. And then to her right is another woman in her 60s maybe, who is very tall, very slender. She's got a completely shaved head, and she is wearing an eye patch strapped over with like leathery fabric tied up. And she has a lot of tattoos kind of creeping up her neck. You walk up to them, Sky ahead of you. Gets to them, holds her weapons in front of her and like nods, and then moves off to the side. And the older woman in the middle says, "Welcome to Snake Eye Canyon, travelers. I understand it has been a long evening for you."
Yeah.
Apologies
Certainly has.
for the rude welcome you've received. But these are trying times. It is uncommon for people to roam our lands. What are your names?
I'm Roland. This is Kinsey. This is Pax.
I am Shesh. This is Apep and Lot. Apep being the man with the swords, and Lot being the very tall woman.
Are you the spiritual leaders?
I am the spiritual leader. Apep is master of the hunt, and Lot is our clan crafter.
Very pleased to meet you three.
What news do you bring from Soldina?
Well, about a day ago now, a Riveteer crashed into town with an arrow that looks an awful lot like one of yours in his head.
There's like a little bit of murmuring in like the huts and the crowd around, and Apep seems to bristle at that, and he goes, "It can't be." And Shesh like puts a gentle hand on his elbow and says, "Anything else?"
They haven't heard anything from the Riveteers in a bit. a few days late for their stop in Saldina.
She nods at that and she goes, "The Riveteers are good friends of the Ophidian clan. They are useful for letting us see beyond the canyon, and they bring us much needed aid and take what wares we have to trade. We are worried to hear that they are missing. Worried even still for the 2 scouts that have gone missing as well. If you are a friend to the Ophidian clan, we welcome you. You can rest here tonight. But first, we must eat, break bread together. And perhaps we have business to discuss in the morning."
Sure. Yeah, we mean you no harm. We're here purely in an investigatory and diplomatic capacity.
I can eat.
I humbly accept your generous offer. Thank you.
She nods, and then Lot claps her hands together and says, "Let's feast!" And the town kind of like relaxes, and some people start bringing out, like, from like the different homes, they bring out like a couple tables, and it seems like everyone from the clan is kind of bringing out parts of meals that they have in their homes to kind of set on these tables, to kind of like make a makeshift like family style like long table where like you can sit with the clan. Yeah, it's pretty quickly assembled, this kind of like makeshift feast, and they Shesh like gestures to like an area for you to sit down. Apep and Lot go off to the sides, and she goes, "Please sit in the center, and we will fill your bellies with food familiar to you, and then we will partake in the canyon snake heart together as a sign of our new friendship."
Sounds delicious. I gotta say, your ability to put together a feast at 4 a.m. on a moment's notice is impressive.
She nods and she goes, "It's mostly dried meat and stale bread, but..."
But just like the readiness of your people is the real thing.
"We were told of your coming from our scouts." The welcoming ceremony of the Ophidian clan is important. It lets us see that you are not our enemies and that you belong in this land and you mean it no harm. We're the guardians of the canyon, you see. Please sit, eat, enjoy yourselves.
Yes, Kinsey immediately does, yes.
Same.
As you sit down, some of the clan starts to sit by. Some of them seem a little more interested in you guys than others. And then you kind of hear they start playing some music off to the side in the town square too. There's a man in like his early 30s. He has an instrument that's a 2-stringed instrument on a long pole with kind of a cylindrical bottom to it, and he plays it with a bow. Kind of like sliding his finger up and down. It's kind of like it's not. It almost sounds like the instrument is singing, but it's not quite like the same kind of tenor that you would get from like a traditional violin or anything like that. And he starts playing like a nice melancholy tune in the back. And everyone kind of sits around, and sitting across the table from the three of you is Shesh, Lot, and Apep. Who partake lightly in the meal, and everyone else is kind of, it's 4 a.m. No one's really that hungry. Some people are eating and talking. Sky sits nearby as well. And Yeah, they eat, and her kind of demeanor changes a little bit as she sits down, and you guys are now like friends. It's like she's off the job. She sits down, drinks like a mug with some like water in it, sets it down, and goes. So you're not from Soldina. Where do you call home?
I guess it's sort of that truck. Yeah, it's the truck.
You remind me awfully a lot of the Riveteers. They would say a similar thing. They take their homes with them.
Yeah, they probably say it with more gusto, though.
We don't get that many drifters through here. As was said, we don't get many visitors at all beyond the Riveteers.
Why is that? Is this... I mean, I assume people are aware, it's your home, and try not to intrude, but, like, is the terrain dangerous, or...?
It can be. I mean, the canyons themselves are difficult to navigate. Most travelers prefer to go around them instead of chance getting lost. Also, I believe outsiders have a certain fear of the Ophidian clan. It is true, we do protect this land, but only from those that mean it harm. Anyone who comes and is willing to break bread with us and prove their intentions are clear, then they are welcome here. But honestly, I think it's because we don't have much to offer the world beyond guidance through the canyons itself. From my understanding, Soldina is also relatively remote as far as settlements and factory towns go.
Yeah, it's sort of in the middle of nowhere, really.
But the three of you must have traveled from the garden, judging by the stains on the heels of your boots and the wearing on your clothes. The colors are still quite vibrant, which implies you haven't been in the Badlands sun for too long.
Yep.
Very perceptive.
My understanding is not many drifters who come from the garden choose the life in the Badlands by choice.
Well, flower business in the garden is a cutthroat game.
God damn it.
And, you win or you die, as they say.
She looks to Pax and says, and you carry yourself with the walk of a fighter, a warrior. And she gestures to like the bandolier of knives across your chest.
Yeah.
Use those for trimming flowers.
Everything's got to be protected every now and then.
I see. At this point, a kind of basin is brought over, and you see little like meaty, no bigger than like an inch in any diameter, little meaty like pockets, like these little hearts, get dropped into this basin, and they like throw some spices in, and then they light it, and it like a little bit of flame.
Kinsey, the spice.
a little bit of flame lights up and then dissipates, and then the basin is presented to Apep, who takes a heart, and Shesh, who takes a heart, and Lot, who takes a heart, and then held out to you you see in the basin. There's 3 little meaty, slightly cooked hearts for you to grab.
I take the biggest one. Not because I want it, but because they can't handle it.
Oh.
I take the mediumest one because I'd like to appear tough, but want to work within my limits.
I suppose Kinsey disappointedly takes the smallest one. Jealously looks at Roland's.
And then Shesh holds up the heart and says, "To our new friendships, may all ill intentions be purged." And she takes a bite of the heart, and she doesn't take a bite. She takes like the whole heart whole, and so does Apep and Lot.
Sure, I'll eat a heart.
Nom, 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 nom. It's hard. It's like chewy, more chewy than you would want it to be.
Why do you keep making the heart is still pumping?
That's you chewing on it. But yeah, you like bite into it. It's like very muscly and like kind of hard to chew into. The whatever like spices and stuff they put on it like quickly give way to just like the taste of this thing, which starts out like warm and meaty without like any real taste, and then as you like chew on it and like swallow it, your tongue begins to tingle and burn, and your cheeks begin to tingle and burn. And I need all of you to roll a negate test at a -4.
Yeah.
Negate at a -4.
Are we in the wilderness?
Yes, I would say yes. Even though this is a town, that's kind of the inherent nature of the tribes on Manifest, that they don't remove themselves from nature.
I'm gonna spend 3 grit to go it strong.
Sure.
So I can count these 2 5s.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
I just need to not look like a complete fool.
Fair enough.
Heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
Okay. What did everyone
Made
get?
Poison. 2 hits.
Okay.
Also 2 hits for Kinsey.
Okay. What about you,
I have
Pax?
4 hits.
Okay.
All right.
On a 4 or less, I have 4 4s and a 3.
So Pax, you are totally fine.
Yes.
Roland and Kinsey, each of you has to decide one of these 3 properties to suffer. 3 hit point damage, 3 hit point damage, or nausea.
Remind me what nausea does?
Mechanically, it's you take negatives to basically all of your physical actions unless you vomit. And then the vomit only helps you for a little bit, and then it comes back.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm nauseous. That's fine. If it ever comes up that I need to do a physical action, this negotiation is broken down.
I'm just going to double check. -2 to all actions that use finesse, muscle, or durability, and until you spend a whole turn, basically, emptying your stomach, and the -2 effect restarts on the next round of combat. So basically, like, you just get waves of nausea every minute or so.
You know, I've got quick healer, so I think I'm going to take the hit point damage.
Okay. So, let me just double check. Nausea is a short-lived effect, so for a handful of minutes, Roland, you were just going to be hit with a bunch of nausea. So we'll say at the very beginning, the first one is involuntary. You throw up a little bit. You're like basically like all three of you see like looking at each other, kind of glancing at each other. You see each one of your like lips like start to become a little bit like dark grayish color, and like this kind of like the veins around your like jaw start becoming this color. And then like it kind of goes down your neck, and then like you watch as like Pax's like those kind of markings on Pax like start to fade really quickly. Whereas for Roland and Kinsey, they kind of linger. You also notice that the three leaders of the Ophidian clan have no such markings, except Lote gets like a little bit of like a grayish color on her bottom lip, but it goes away pretty quickly. Whereas this kind of like gray flush like lingers on Roland and Kinsey for a minute. Kinsey, you kind of like heave a little bit, like kind of convulse a little bit, like uncontrollably. Roland, you kind of involuntarily turn to the side and like just vomit a little bit onto the ground, and like kind of like have to take a couple breaths and like look up, and then you can see like the color fading off of Roland's face, and then like the color starting to like fade a little bit slowly in Kinsey. And Roland, when you heave a little bit, everyone's like, hey! and one of the clan members sitting next to you like slaps you on the back as you sit up. Like you're not ready for it. You're still feeling a little weak from heaving, and it's like oh! as they like hit you, and then Pax like someone like wraps their arm around you and is like yeah, and Sky nods to you like impressed Pax. Shesh raises both of her hands, and everyone kind of like gets a little quiet, and she goes, any malintention has been purged. Welcome to the Ophidian clan.
Thank you.
It's got quite a kick.
A little bit.
She smiles at that, and she goes, the three of you took it better than most outsiders. And then like everyone kind of eats a little bit, and they like start wandering off. It is really like late at night, so they kind of like make their way back into their houses. Some of the tables start getting pulled back away until it's just you guys sitting with the Ophidian leaders. And Sky is no longer sitting with you, but she is like present. She's kind of like she's helped some people get their stuff back in, and is like kind of cleared some of the table and is kind of lingering. And you notice some of the other scouts are also kind of lingering around. Shesh goes, I'm sure you have questions, but if you would like to rest, we do have lodgings through that doorway there, if you would prefer. Otherwise, we may talk. Roland, that kind of like nauseous feeling is like right at the top of your throat.
I'm torn internally. No, I wanna look tough. Yeah, no, we can talk now.
It's a big deal.
She nods and says, I understand you were sent by Soldina to investigate an arrow in the back of a Riveteer.
Yeah, so a Riveteer crashed into sort of the art zone of Soldina.
Art zone.
And the Riveteer inside had an arrow in the back of its head. It was one of those very fine stone tips.
That
But
material can only be found in the canyon.
Yeah, they're sort of curious, I think, partly about why that happened, but mostly about where the Riveteers are. I think I don't actually know your situation as much. You mentioned the Riveteers bring aid, but Soldina will not survive without some kind of regular visit from a nomad pack of some kind. They don't have all the supplies they need to be self-sufficient.
We are not as reliant on the Riveteers for goods and the like. However, we do rely on them to bring news of what lies beyond the canyon. As was said before, the Ophidian clan guards these lands. We can never leave. And so we rely on the help of outsiders like the Riveteers who can bring us what we can't provide ourselves, and also to give us a sense of our surroundings beyond the canyon land. So to hear that they are missing, and to hear that they have been attacked, is troubling. And then Apep goes, yeah, but you say it's an Ophidian arrow in the back of that? Well, that's gotta mean that something bad has happened to our scouts and their weapons have been procured, because it would not make any sense for any of our scouts to do harm to the Ophidians, or to the Riveteers. They are allies, our trusted allies, have been for years.
I have a couple questions that may seem culturally insensitive, but I preface with asking them with that. That's not my intention. So first, you mentioned that you guard these lands, which sort of implies that there's something here to guard. And then you mentioned that you never leave, and I wonder, does every one of your clan feel fine with that?
Shesh nods and goes, our confinement to these lands is not a choice. Not one we made, anyways. Our ancestors long ago spoke to the great barrow snake below. And they were given health, long life, and good fortune, which has been descended through all the clan. We have no illness here. But, in exchange for these gifts, the Ophidian clan cannot roam beyond the canyon lands. If we do, we are stricken with disease and die. So we guard this land. We see to it that it is not ill-used. We see to it that all who enter here mean no harm to the canyons and to the spirit snakes. And in exchange, we live long, healthy, and prosperous lives. Such is the way of our clan. Such is the fate that was decided for us hundreds of years ago.
And there's never been anyone who's been unhappy with that arrangement.
She kind of shrugs slightly, and Apep goes, you, every once in a while, every generation, you get a few who think that they can go out further, travel into foreign lands, and thwart the will of the barrow snake. But every one of them comes crawling back, pox-ridden, gasping for air, only returned to health if they make it back quickly enough.
Does that sound like anything I've ever heard of? I'm not a doctor, but I am well read.
I guess you could roll lore at like a -6.
Okay.
It's unopposed, so.
-6. I got 2 hits.
Okay. You've heard they say like I think I may have read about the Ophidian clan once, right? Like you feel like maybe you've heard like read it like referenced once before, like the Ophidian clan like stays in this land guarded to it, but like kind of spiritually bound to the canyon. Um, uh, and then beyond that, you don't have anything super specific. It isn't uncommon for the tribes of Manifest to feel a deep connection with the land that they live on. That's kind of like part of, from what you've heard, that's part of like what their ancestors long ago, pre-departure, kind of did. They kind of ventured out until they found a place that like kind of felt like it had like a spiritual energy that they could connect with, and then they set up there. But like this notion, you've never heard of the barrow snake before. That's not like anything that coincides with any other religion that is widely practiced throughout Manifest. But again, it's not super uncommon for tribes to have their own kind of specific religion that only is practiced amongst themselves based on like how kind of isolated they are. Oftentimes they don't their beliefs don't kind of like permeate the rest of Manifest. And you also think like you kind of think about it and you're like a lot of tribes sometimes they have pockets in different parts, right? Especially the larger ones like the Bronze Claws, or Clan Malachite. They don't have just like one home that is their only home. Sometimes they have a scattering of them. So it does seem like the Ophidian clan is at least unique in the sense that it only exists within this canyon and nowhere else.
And the idea of them dying if they leave from some mysterious disease that affects only them.
That you don't have the medical training to be able to like diagnose anything like that. You've never heard anything like it though.
Hmm.
And I suppose you would be able to with 2 hits be able to rule out some kind of weird like autoimmune thing where like when they venture out they're exposed to diseases they wouldn't be exposed into the canyon because they like
they interact with people.
Yeah, the nomad pack comes through all the time, so like any diseases would have been.
And a nomad pack is basically just like the common cold on wheels.
Yeah. Exactly. So you don't think it's something like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's nothing. I don't think any of us really know where the Riveteers are. The last time you saw them, they were headed back out, I suppose, or how does their route interact with you?
Yes, they had left Soldina and passed through. They always use the canyon. It saves them time. And we expected them back roughly a week or so ago. And yet, they have not come. And shortly before that, about a week ago, maybe a week and a half, 2 of our scouts went missing. So we started to fear that perhaps dangers were lurking beyond our reach, planning some kind of attack on the land that we are sworn to protect.
And are the Riveteers the only people that you interact with, besides the occasional person from Soldana, I assume?
For the most part, yes. Very, very rarely, travelers will stumble upon the canyons, and if their intent is good, we will lend them aid and comfort as we can. But as far as regular interactions, yes, the Riveteers and the occasional visitor from Soldina.
And who is this? The most recent of your visitors?
From Soldina?
Or from anywhere else, if anybody else needed aid?
No one since the Riveteers. And as far as Soldina, they don't come too often. Occasionally, we interact with Miss Burns. She likes to travel and will occasionally, sightsee around the canyon. She's a kind woman. And Mr. Klein frequents our village once or twice a month.
Does he ever play a tune or two with the fellow with the bow?
Oh, Lustra. Yes. They will occasionally compare their styles.
Well, it sounds like the only thing to really go on is these 2 scouts that went missing.
Yes.
I assume you've investigated somewhat, but I imagine from the sound of it, any trail that led out of your lands you're unable to follow.
Yes. Unfortunately, our scouts are incredibly hard to track. It's part of our training. And Apep goes, yeah, they didn't leave much for us to go off of. And they didn't return, and we saw no signs of them, any traces. It's like they just disappeared.
That sort of implies they left of their own accord then, right?
Well, I suppose if they made it far enough that they fell just beyond what we are comfortable tracking. We didn't send anyone beyond the outer reaches of the Canyonland. We try to steer clear as much as possible. And Lote speaks up going, if the 3 of you would like to do a bit of a search beyond where we can travel, mayhaps you could find their remains. And then Apep goes, but why would they go that far? It makes no sense. I mean, Techt and Molu were some of the best scouts I had. They wouldn't recklessly venture beyond our limits. Roland, go ahead and roll blend for me.
Okay.
As he does that, also, where's the next town that the Riveteers would come from or go to? What is the next stop on their route?
South of here, there is a town called Soft Bend. It follows the mountain ridge to the south, slightly to the west. It's for the Riveteers, it's a good week's travel from the canyon. And they travel rather fast. You're up against a 9, Roland.
I rolled very badly. I have a lot of hits with all the numbers, and I don't beat a 9. I was just about to ask if I could read this dude and see, I don't think he's trying to do a coup, but I just want to rule out that he's trying to do it.
Yeah, the blend I had you roll was not about him maybe doing a coup, so if you want to roll manipulate, go ahead.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. You say I can roll that?
Yeah, you can roll manipulate.
Okay.
Hey, you're up against a 9 again.
Implying I'm rolling against the same person. I got a 10.
Cool. Just 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 1 net success. You don't think Apep has any ill intention. You don't think he's hiding anything. You think it might be true of the hunters and scouts of the Ophidian clan to be to not give a lot away, kind of like with your interactions with Sky. So it seems likely he might have more to say, but you're not sure. You don't think he's necessarily trying to hide anything. You think if there's anything more to be said, it's just stuff that he's not
sure
freely throwing out there. But you don't know whether or not there is anything more for him to say.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kinsey, Shesh responds, telling you where Soft Bend is.
Well, at least we could go in that direction, but I don't think we would want to travel the several weeks just to see if they've made it there. Perhaps we could go to the LRC tower in town.
Yeah, I think first thing tomorrow we'll go and investigate these missing scouts, and perhaps we can go further than your people can. And if that doesn't pan out, we'll check in Soft Bend.
She nods, and then Lote says, "If you're returning to Soldina, I would like to send you with a basket, a sign of good faith to the town, to let them know that the arrow that was used on that Riveteer was not fired from one of our own."
Certainly,
of course.
And Sky speaks up, stepping forward a little bit. As she does, she goes, "The Riveteer who died, was anyone able to identify who it was?"
The preacher in town didn't recognize him. His face was a little bit damaged.
I'll describe the car, though.
She blinks a little bit and she goes, I'm not certain who drove that, but I've spent much time with the various members of the Riveteers. If you'd like, I could perhaps come with you to Soldina and view the body, and maybe at least give the preacher in town a name to say over the grave. My understanding is, in triptycism, names have meaning and power when it comes to burial. I'd love to offer my assistance in allowing him to pass on. And there's a little bit of a bristle amongst the three elders, and Apep goes, "Sky, Soldina is too far for you to travel safely." She goes, It's just beyond our reach, and I can go identify the body and return before I fall victim to our curse." And they kind of look at each other a little bit, uncertain. And Shesh is like, "I don't know, Sky. I think perhaps it might be wiser to just trust the drifters on this."
I mean, no one in town could recognize the Riveteer. We don't know the Riveteers and can't identify this man. We have very little information about any of this situation. Every little bit helps in figuring out what's going on here. If I admit I don't understand the boundaries of your territory as well as you do, but if the Sky believes she can manage it, it could genuinely be helpful. Beyond just, helping in the burial ceremony.
She nods, and then Apep looks to Shesh, Lote looks to Shesh, and she kind of watches Sky for a second and goes, "Sky, I understand your desire to shed light on the situation. Your motivations are pure. If you believe that you can return to us intact, of course, we support your decision."
We'll do anything we can to help.
She nods. They all kind of like nod, and Shesh goes, "Thank you. As for your services, The Ophidian clan may not have much in the way of spurs to offer you, but we are very interested in finding out what is going on. We rely on the Riveteers for us to understand how the world develops around our canyon. And our missing scouts are of the utmost importance to us. If you can return with information on either score, we can offer you trade. We have many tonics and medicines of great effect. And Lot here and Apep could see to your gear or weapons or armor and perhaps provide you with modifications or support in some way.
Just out of curiosity, those spices that you used on the snake heart, are those purely for ritualistic purposes, or would you use them in other cuisine?
Lot goes, the spices used on the snake heart is ceremonial in nature. We don't use them for any other cuisine. The spices you tasted on our food, our bread, or on our food, our meats and such. That is what we use for lighter fare. The specific salts and minerals used on the snake heart are unique to this canyon.
I see. Ooh, quite excellent. It really helped it go down slightly easier. I will say we are perhaps trying to get into something of the spice game. You know, it's a little less cutthroat than the flower shop game, as I'm sure you well know. But if there's any chance at all, you would be willing to part with some of your less ceremonial, less culturally important spices, perhaps that could be arranged as part of the trade.
They kind of glance a little bit at each other, and then Lot goes, "Of course."
Thank you. Very, very gracious. I appreciate that. And I kind of nudge Roland with my elbow, being like, "Hey, not that bad of a businessman after all, hey?"
We'll talk later.
If there's nothing else, I'm sure the three of you would like a good night's rest before you head out. Our scouts can show you, well, Sky in particular, can show you the way out of the canyon in the morning.
That sounds great. This was lovely, but I think we're all very tired.
And she nods at that, and when she does, Apep and Lot stand up and begin removing what's left on the tables. Sky and some of the other scouts step forward, and basically those tables and chairs are removed. Apep goes off with some of the scouts. Lot retires to a home, and you're just left with Shesh and Sky. They kind of have a hushed conversation with each other. Shesh pressed a hand on her shoulder and leans in. They touch foreheads, and she kind of puts a gentle hand on Sky's face, as if giving her some reassurance. And then she steps back and says, "Good evening," and disappears into a different home. And you're left with Sky, who kind of moves a tear away from her eye, and then gestures to the home, kind of behind to your left, and she goes, "In there you'll find lodgings enough for the three of you, and I will return there in the morning."
Thank you for your generosity and hospitality. We do truly appreciate it.
She nods, and I suppose the three of you walk into that home?
Yeah.
As you do, you notice, Roland, you're not unaware of the fact that two of the scouts seem to kind of post up outside the house just to maybe keep an eye on it.
Great. That's fine. I don't have any nefarious plans. It sounds like I do when I say it like that, but I actually
It really
don't.
does.
And you step through the beaded curtain of this door. You step in. You see through like the candlelight. It's almost like the interior of this home is almost like a clover, with 3 rooms, kind of like circular in nature, all openly touching like kind of a central area. And in one of the rooms you see in one of the rooms you see 2 sets of beds carved into the walls, so four resting places in total. And then in another room you see kind of like a sitting area with like a kind of a fire pit that isn't active at the moment. And then in the third room, it's sort of almost like couches, some like kind of like a little sitting area. And in the central area where they all reach, there's just kind of like a rug. You think like maybe Wasset hide rug, kind of stained and painted with designs similar to what you saw on some of their clothing. Kind of taking up the central area, and you see up above there's like little like carvings in the ceiling that have like these slightly glowing gems scattered around. So it looks like there's kind of like a multicolored night sky above you.
Nicely decorated, I suppose. I'll take that bed over there.
Sure.
Don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine. Kinsey, how does us acquiring more spice help us sell Munson Spice Blend?
Well, are we going to be a spice distributor? Or are we just going to represent one singular brand? I thought diversification could help.
I guess, but like, we barely get paid for Munson Spice Blend.
I am of the belief that Munson Spice Blend will pay for itself once we start up our operation.
It would have if you hadn't declined for that to be the case.
Look, right now we're in the distribution part of our plan. Once we get to the actual location and brick and mortar of it, then we can have that discussion then, okay?
You know what, Kinsey? This is your venture. I'll let you run it how you want to run it.
Come now, it's our venture.
Nope, this one's yours.
Oh.
I'm happy to help in the ways that I can, but you know what? I'll let you lead from the front on this one.
All right, fair enough.
I'm going to bed now.
See you in the morning, then. Pax, you want to... Well, I guess...
Pax has already claimed a bed and is sleeping.
Kinsey will have a quick smoke, and then he'll go to sleep. And during that, he does heal all of the hit point damage. Yes.
Yeah. Judging by what your durability stat is, yes. Yeah. So you all wake up in the morning feeling totally refreshed. And as you kind of start to wake, you see the like in the like there's not a whole lot of light in this canyon, and yet those kind of stones that are like embedded in the ceiling seem to be a little bit brighter and shine a little bit of a cleaner light into it. Not enough to like light the house itself, but it does kind of like it has like become slightly brighter.
Fascinating.
And as you kind of wake up and get up, you see sitting in that kind of part of the house that is like kind of like basically like benches and stools and stuff. Sitting there, writing on like a piece of paper is Sky. And she looks up as you start to wake up and she goes, "Good morning."
Ah!
She no longer has her face. None of the face painting is there. She's still wearing similar clothing, though it's not like that same like very very dark clothing. She still has kind of like those like feathered like shoulder pauldrons and like kind of like functional leather, but she's not as like stealth mode as she was the first time you saw her. And sitting next to her on one of the benches is like you can see a bow and like a sword and a bunch of arrows, all kind of bunched up in like a nice little like traveling roll.
Good morning.
Would you like to eat on the road or eat before we leave?
I don't mind a little bit of road food myself. How about the two of you?
That's fine.
Sure.
She stands up, pulls out like a roll of fabric and like unties it and lays it out on like a table. And she goes, "Plenty of dried meat, jerky, and some bread. Have your fill, and we'll start travel. We want to get to Soldina as soon as possible."
I do have a question for you, Sky.
Of course.
I think there's a Riveteer you don't want it to be that crashed into Soldina.
There's a few Riveteers. I would prefer it not to be. I'd also prefer it not to be a Riveteer at all. The car you described, it doesn't ring true from what I recall, and I wouldn't claim to have perfect recollection of all of their vehicles, but from what you said, it was somewhat of a shoddy craft, and they take good care of their vehicles. Something doesn't add up. None of this adds up.
No, I agree. None of it really comes together to form anything cohesive other than nothing.
So I figured the first thing was to confirm that it was indeed a Riveteer who died.
Sure.
You don't happen to have... You didn't keep the arrow. I honestly can't remember. Did you guys keep the arrow, or did you give it back to them after you inspected it, Kinsey?
I thought I kept it.
Okay.
That could be incorrect.
Yeah.
How much grit do you have?
Also true. I do have 6 grit.
No, I'm not gonna make you spend your grid. I think I also remember you keeping it.
Okay.
And so she goes, "I'd also like to see the arrow if you have it."
Yes, I brought it along with us. Kinsey will produce the arrow. I think he has it with his back.
She sees it and kind of rotates it around, looks at it, and then she pulls like the arrowhead out, and looks at like the off of, basically pulls the arrowhead off of the arrow shaft, and like looks at the tip of the shaft, and like checks the fletching, and then she like curses under her breath as she puts it back together and like ties it up. She goes, "This is Ophidian. It's not made by... It's not counterfeit, or if it is counterfeit, it is made by somebody who knows how we craft our weapons."
Are there only a few people within your tribe that do actually make these arrows, or could anybody have made it?
The poison-tipped ones, such as this, are more the tools of the scouts than the hunters, but the hunters do carry them as well. It's not necessarily a secret technique amongst the clan.
Sure.
But this does imply that perhaps some ill fate has befallen our scouts.
For you to identify this Riveteer, they have like tattoos or something non-facially based
She nods and she goes, depending on who it is, yes, I've encountered them many times, guided them through the canyons for the past 2 years, and I've spoken with many of them. Plenty of battle scars and tattoos and stories of all sorts of things. If the face is as damaged as you say, there's a chance that perhaps I can identify them through other means.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to waste the trip, you know.
I understand.
For risking your life.
Soldina is right in the area of from our land where it is dangerous, but if I'm only there for a short spell and begin traveling back, I should be fine.
All right. Let's head out, I suppose.
Good.
Right? She packs up the rest of her stuff, slings it over, and then leads you out of the canyon to where your car is. There's only 3 seats still, right?
It has a bench in the front.
Okay, so she can sit in the back?
No, it only has seating for.
It's got 3 seats.
It's got 3 seats.
Okay.
Any number of people can cram into the back, though.
And there's no safety features, so it doesn't matter where you sit.
Well, it matters a little bit. If you overfill, it does slow down your vehicle. So she will climb in. Your vehicle will suffer if you're in some sort of chase or combat scenario where your vehicle's speed matters. It will be lowered by the fact that you are carrying too many passengers. But yeah, so she'll climb in the back.
All right.
We'll leave the window open.
And you begin driving back towards Soldina?
Yeah.
Cool. It takes a little bit of time.
It was like a day and a bit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You're going to have to drive until sunset, set up camp, and then drive again. So... Yeah, I think I'm going to have you guys shoot the shit. Yeah.
I knew it. Kinsey is specifically not going to pick Sky. Do not need to offend anybody else who can kill. That being said, I am going to pick Pax.
Okay, Kinsey.
We just started being friends.
I know. I love to risk it all there.
All right, I'm gonna choose Sky.
You choose
Cool.
Sky?
I'm gonna make the mechanical choice to mend this fence and choose Kinsey.
Nice. All right, all of you roll personality.
Who does Sky pick?
Sky doesn't roll.
All right.
So you set up camp for the night, pull the truck over, start a campfire, roll out some bedrolls. Sky has one of her own. Who would like to go first?
Kinsey got a success on his, so why not?
What?
So Pax, you get to learn something about Kinsey.
All right. So, I'll find Kinsey doing something Kinsey-ish, and
He's probably hunting for dinner, right?
sure, I sneak up. Did you find anything yet?
Oh my god! How do you do that? That's incredible.
Oh,
I've got some pretty sharp ears. It's very impressive.
so I followed you out here because I've been thinking about it, right? And so, like, you didn't know your parents very well, right?
No.
Right. And, like, so so I was, like since we talked last about this, I just like cannot get it out of my head that you didn't have like a family until you joined the military, right?
More or less. I mean, I was raised on a homestead, but there's more the community taking care of me more than any specific group of people. I lived in several people's houses.
So I was thinking that like your family could be like anyone, right? Do you ever think about that? Because my family like is exactly who I know, and they're dead, and like there's no chance of like anything. But like we could like walk into Soldina and like meet your mom.
Well, probably not my mom, but as far as I know, I think my father's still alive, and anybody else, not sure.
Yeah.
Also, I suppose I could meet my mom. There's no proof that she died.
And so it's like anyone you meet could like be your like real family. Doesn't that like? Do you think about that?
Not regularly, no. But I
Oh,
suppose now that you mention it, that is very interesting. I mean, what if I was related to you and I didn't even know it?
well, you're not, because my family is all dead. But
Right.
but you could be related to Roland. You could be like long lost siblings.
Wouldn't that be funny? The pair of us, long lost siblings. Yes, that might be nice.
Yeah. So I was just thinking like it's kind of cool, and I don't know. I don't know. Just everybody keeps asking like, what are we doing here? And oh, you must be from the garden, and like and then we were like, maybe we'll do something, but like really all we're doing is like drifting, which is fine, and I'm good at it, so it doesn't matter. But like
Cool.
would you like what's your goal? Like what do you want to, what's like the scenario in which you stop drifting? Is it that we find your family and we reunite you, and then like you can like have dinner with them, and like you can all talk about like hunting or whatever?
Did you just assume that hunting is a skill you're born with, so it must be genetic?
I mean, you have really good hearing. You said so.
I suppose that's true. So
Right. So,
fair enough.
but also, I mean, I said or whatever.
Oh
So-
yeah. All in all, I don't really settle very well. I tend to stay more on the move, and have, at least for the most recent past. I don't know that finding a family and settling down in a house and learning about them and connecting with them in that way would be an eventual goal. But I do like the idea of being attached to an establishment, perhaps a place where you would sell furs, or a spice shop, or we've talked about doing an inn. I don't know how serious I am about that, but I suppose that could be interesting, because an establishment is not the same thing as a home. You can leave an establishment for a certain period of time and come back to it, but you're not forced to stay there. That might be something I'd enjoy.
Cool. I'm not going to help you hunt. So,
Oh, well, thanks for visiting me, I suppose. Am I taking first watch too, or?
sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. You should take first watch.
That does make sense. All right. Well. Sleep well, Pax.
I'm already gone.
All right, Pax, who did you pick?
Sky.
Okay, and how many successes did you roll?
2.
Okay, so Sky gets to learn something about you.
Yeah.
So you begin making your way back to camp after talking with Kinsey, and at a certain point you kind of stop because you hear like movement to your side, and then like you turn and like draw a knife, and Sky is standing there. Sky is standing there, and she puts her hands up, and she goes, "Sorry to startle you."
Oh, you didn't. I heard you coming.
Impressive.
I know.
I figured I could help Kinsey. I know these lands relatively well, and perhaps I could help him expedite a meal for tonight.
Well, you can hear him from a mile away, so he's over there.
He's not that rough, but perhaps I could show him a thing or two, at least what to look for in these regions. But you don't strike me as someone who is particularly adept in the outdoors.
No.
She nods at that, and she goes, "Your companions, they seem strange. The three of you together, it's not quite the kinship I would imagine a group of drifters to have. Almost a friendship of convenience than anything else. I'm curious. What keeps the three of you together?"
Mostly the truck, I guess. We had some adventures, and we could have separated, and we didn't. And then we got to another place, and we could have separated, and we didn't. And so now we're just kind of like a team? A crew?
You say the truck is what keeps you together, but I seem to recall you claiming ownership of the truck. Judging by the talk of your friends, doesn't seem to me like you need keep them around. So I suppose, what is it that keeps you with them?
Oh, I like them. I mean, also, I would probably drive into the middle of the Badlands and die because I have a terrible sense of direction. And also, I'm really bad with people. And like very bad. And I'm not very smart. Which I've been told a bunch by someone. So, you know, they have things that I like about them and also makes them useful, even if I do have to protect them a lot. And then
You strike me as someone capable of such a thing.
yeah, and then you know, I have the truck and can drive them around. So they stay with me. That's why you're with me. I have the truck.
I'm with you because you are tied to the mystery that plagues my clan.
Mm-hmm. And also because I have the truck and you wanted to know about the truck.
Your truck?
I mean, your question was about the truck. In a way.
She looks down at the ground for a second and goes, I imagine you need some rest.
Hey, wait, just a sec.
Yes?
You should tell me where the line is. When we drive over it, you should tell me where it is. Because if your spooky boo hag curse thing is real, then it might happen fast, and then I'll have to throw you in the truck and drive to the line or whatever, so you don't die. So you should tell me where the line is.
When I
we cross
begin
it.
feeling the effects, I will let you know.
I think you're like me and you're going to power through. That's why you should tell me where the line is when we drive over it.
I'm not so prideful as to deny the help of skilled travelers such as yourself. I will let you know.
Okay. Because I have the truck and I'll just turn it around.
I understand. Good evening. Kinsey,
Kinsey's
wait
going to
up.
take first watch. Okay, bye.
Yeah, and Kinsey, Sky kind of catches up with you and says, are you looking for Lizard again, or would you prefer something else?
I mean, you know the land better than I do. What else could we be looking for?
We'll want to eat light. We're on the move, but I may have something. And she kind of scans the ground a bit, and she goes, see those tracks there? That's the track of a younger lizard of the same breed.
Oh.
But it is traveling alone at night, so it is adolescent at least. A good meal for a larger predator. Shall we?
Do let's, yes.
Yeah, and she, between the two of you, you're able to kind of follow this trail, and she kind of points out a few different spots, and basically there's like a large snake-like creature that she eventually leads you to that preys on those kind of younger lizards. And once she like starts spotting signs of that, she like tells you about it, and then the two of you are able to kind of find a den, and she smokes it out, and you kill it, and then you come back to camp with like a big dead snake.
Very impressive. Very impressive. Somebody was just shown how to survive in the wild, and for once, that somebody was me.
Yeah, that's an XP for you. Roland, who did you pick? Kinsey?
I picked Kinsey. I got 4 hits.
All right, so maybe like either that night as everyone's kind of eating, and then like Pax and Sky are starting to get ready to go to sleep. Kinsey's staying up for first watch, and you stay up a little bit later, or perhaps in the morning as you guys are packing up, you two have a moment alone.
I think it's that night, and I think I'm like working on this Omni tool I'm building, getting very close to done. I turn to Kinsey. Okay, so here's the thing. You've started an economic venture, and as much as I've said this is your show and you've started an economic venture, and now that's not how my brain works. I can't turn it off. Here is how your economic venture will be successful.
Hey.
First, you really should have offered some Munson's Feist plans to the Ophidian clan. It's, we're trying to get the word out. They don't see a lot of people, but they see some people, and most importantly, they see some people who see a lot of people. And so, like, there's a really good vector for sort of getting the word out on Munson Spice.
I did have that thought. That does make sense.
The other thing is, before it gets incredibly successful, you're going to want to go back and talk about rethinking sort of your initial refusal of the profit-sharing agreement. It's a bad look to come back when a thing is successful and say, now I want money, as opposed to, hey, you know what? I would like to be a part of this on a financial level because I believe in it. That's a thing you can sell without looking like a greedy bastard.
Thank you. I, not want to turn down money. That's an easy sell, That makes sense.
Sure. I think taking on more spice from the Ophidian clan, fine-ish, but you got to consider your brand identity, right? Like Munson Spice Blend. That's your thing right now, and I don't think the Ophidian clan is going to take kindly if you brand them as like a Munson Spice Blend, a Snake Eyes blend or whatever, right? Like there's no you can't rebrand that. So you got to be conscious about the new things you take in and how to work towards, furthering your interests.
Perhaps when we go back after hopefully finding these scouts and we do get more information for the Ophidian clan, and maybe I'll switch it up. I'll say, hey, I don't want to take away from your store, but if you'd like, here are a couple of sacks of Munson Spice Blend, and that's just on us, and you can share it with whomever you come across.
That's pretty good, but also, we'll have done a service for them at that point. You don't have to give them something for free.
See, that's like your thinking there. That's very clear.
And the last thing is branding. You gotta come up with a slogan. That's how people remember your product.
Come up with a slogan. As in, I don't know. What do you mean by?
I haven't come up with a bunch, but just off the top of my head, Munson Spice Blend. It's a nice spice.
It's a nice spice. It rhymes. Very clever. But I will, I'll workshop it.
Workshop it. The slogan for your business is something deeply personal, and it requires time and effort spent really honing in on what it is you're going to say to people to sell your product.
Roland, perhaps when we go and see the Munstons again and we renegotiate the contract, maybe you'd like to be a part owner or a partner of some sort.
I'll think about it.
Perhaps in an advisory capacity.
Sure, I'm always happy to be compensated, but I don't know if I want to be tied down to just one singular business. Who knows where we're going to end up, and if I'm chairman of a spice company, it's sort of like a spice-shaped anchor around my neck, really.
I see what you mean. You're not wrong. I've had such anchors around my neck once or twice, and it's not.
It's hard to tell with you. Do you mean literal anchors?
No, I mean figurative anchors. I see where confusion could happen, I do have a story or two. It wasn't an anchor, actually. Tied like a bull weight and kind of chained it to my chest and sent me out into the desert for punishment. I tell you, I almost didn't make it that time, but you know me. And I'll go off on
I really don't, apparently.
That's great. All right. And so Kinsey tells you a fun little story about being chained up and sent out into the desert to survive. Maybe a little hyperbole. You can't tell for sure. And then eventually, Roland, you turn in for the night. Kinsey, you watch for the night. Nothing seems to happen through the evening, and you're able to wake up and continue travel into Soldina the next day. And so you get in a little bit midway later in the day. You push the engine just a little harder you stopped. Yeah, you stopped like midway through instead of like all the way just outside. So you get in a little past, like a little bit later in the afternoon. You pull up to Soldina. And one thing you notice as you get in, well, before you get there, I should say, a little bit after you leave camp and start driving, Pax, there's like a knock on the window, and you see a somewhat paler looking Sky looks to you, and she's kind of blinking. Her eyes aren't like quite bloodshot, but they're a little watery, and her skin is really a little bit more pale, and you can see some bags under her eyes starting to form. And she goes, "It started."
Hey, Kinsey?
Yes.
Can you remember this place?
Yes, I've got it.
And then, yes, not too long after that, you see Soldina on the horizon, and you approach it easily enough. And it seems about its business. You see there's been some work done on the damaged home. It's not completely rebuilt. It looks still a little like, but it has walls now where it didn't, and like it's been rebuilt at least to that degree. But you can see it's a very, very much an unfinished job at the moment. You actually, as you're walking in, you see Duke Russell standing there. He's just hammering away, starting to put more paneling up, and he sees you coming and kind of like gives you a little wave. And you see kind of chasing behind your car as you do. You see Alma Burns running after, both hands in the air.
She learned nothing.
Well, she waited till you passed.
She's 10. She's incapable.
You start pulling up towards the center of town where the church is, and you do see some new faces. You see parked almost nearby the LRC tower, like kind of a little bit north on the road, is a very, I wouldn't say sleek necessarily. It's not like super polished or anything. It looks like it's got like a lot of miles on it. But it is a nice, sturdy looking hover car. That is just kind of floating there. And you see 3 people loading crates onto that hover car. It's a man with like dark short-cut hair in his like 40s. A woman also in her 40s. She's got a mechanical arm. Then a slightly younger man, like in his 30s, who's doing a lot of the like lifting as the other man is kind of like seeming to discuss things with some of the people in town. You recognize, talking with him, Lola Douglas, whose home was the one that was hit. You also see Father Wells speaking with him. And someone you don't recognize also seeming to talk. They're kind of huddled around the car, but as you start pulling up, Father Wells like says something to the man, who like nods, and then engages with Lola in conversation, and Father Wells kind of walks off to the side to like meet you wherever you pull the car up to.
I did want to say, as we were coming in, probably around the time like Sky says like it started, I like open the window and turn back to Sky. Hey, so it's gonna seem weird. I promise it's not nefarious. The flower game is extremely cutthroat. Sildina knows us as Ken Charlotte, Patty, and Ben Harris. So just like, be cool.
She like looks at you for a second and goes, "All right."
Thanks.
Yeah, and so you pull into town, and Father Wells kind of flags you down as you pull up towards where the church is. And he goes, "Welcome back." He kind of glances and sees Sky in the trunk, or not, in the bed of the bed of the truck, and he goes, "What news do you bring?"
Well, first of all, I got this very nice gift basket from the Ophidian clan. They don't mean you no harm. Sky here came along hoping to possibly identify the Riveteer in the crash. You know, maybe being able to put a name to a face for the burial ceremony and all that.
"Welcome to town, Sky." And she goes, "Thank you, Father."
But if we could do that sooner rather than later, that would be ideal. Sky, of course, must return to her people quite soon, so...
He nods and goes, "I understand. It's not often that the Ophidian clan graces us with their presence." And at that moment, Duke kind of like comes up the street and he goes, "Well, what is it? Renegade Ophidian or what?"
Well, we're still sort of figuring things out. What is clear is that the Ophidian clan ain't your enemies. I say, getting out ahead of this riot, I can see in my mind's eye.
The rest of the town starts like kind of coming out a little bit. They seem to like remark Sky with like some curiosity. She kind of pulls back towards the truck, and Father Wells hands the basket off to Mother Lewis, and he goes, "The Ophidian clan has sent us a peace offering. They are not responsible for the attack on the Riveteers. In fact, he like kind of says, like, looking to you for confirmation, Roland, and he goes, in fact, they're here to help. As none of us were able to identify the Riveteer, this brave Ophidian scout has risked her own well-being in order to assist us. So, please, anyone else who must send their goods, speak with Mr. Keller over there. I will see this clan member and the drifters back towards the grove. You are in luck. We were waiting until this evening to do the burial ceremony, so the body is still in the back." And he leads you like around the church, and you see you see Duke kind of move up to the man who is identified as Mr. Keller. He's that slightly older man who's kind of directing the younger man to load up the hover car. And they begin discussing things, and you walk around the church with Father Wells.
Yeah.
Cool. He leads you to the back where the triptych grove is. There's basically some trees that are growing behind the church. Not that many of them, and definitely weaker trees than what you've seen in the garden as far as like triptych groves go. But you are aware that the triptych church basically buries people with some seeds of like a not a pair, but 3 different seeds that kind of go together to create this kind of like intertwined growing tree. These look a little bit shorter. They're not like super tall trees. It's almost like the 3 seeds together, depending on the terrain in which they're planted, kind of grow into a slightly different plant. So in the Badlands, it's less like a tall, large like grove and more like almost like hedges that are kind of grown up in these spots where people presumably have been buried. And there you see there's like an empty hole where there isn't a body yet, but off to the side, sitting on a table under a cover, is the body of presumably this Riveteer. And as you're walking, Father Wells goes, "So what exactly have you found out?"
Well, the Ophidian clan ain't seen the Riveteers for a little over a week or so now. And also, a couple of their scouts went missing shortly before that.
That's terrible. And you have no notion as to who may have harmed the Riveteers or your scouts? And Sky, no, sir. Unfortunately, we are just as lost as you are. We're hoping the drifters can sort things out. She looks a lot more pallid now, her skin getting a little sickly. Wells nods at that and then leads over and he goes, "Well, if it is at all of any help, here is the body of the fallen Riveteer." And he folds the cloth down. It's a little grosser than the last time you saw him. He's been there for a couple days. You know, he's a little preserved. He was obviously kept somewhere cooler than outside the back of this church for the time you've been gone. But he has been removed so as to be buried this evening. He's as clean as he can be, but his face is still pretty damaged. But you can see his like clothes and effects have been kind of moved off to the side. And he's wearing just like simple cloth. And when she goes up, Sky kind of like looks at it a little bit and then reaches out and like unfold some of the cloth to look at the chest, and you see there's like a tattoo kind of over a scar of like kind of a bird kind of flying and leaving like a string of like of cloud behind it. And she goes, This is a Riveteer. It's a fella called Deke. Father, do you mind? And he goes, "Not at all," and steps back. And she goes, "This, you said Deke came in on in a car? 'Cause that don't make any sense. Deke was a good boy. He was a kind soul, full of life, and maybe a little bit too reckless. But he didn't drive a car. He rode a bike. He was an outrider, a scout, actually, for the Riveteers. He rode a bike. He always went on about how he was going to set a record. Once he got it all souped up to his specifications, he was going to set a record for the quickest route from Markham's Landing to Fort Dearborn through San Cordero. He liked to talk a lot. He was good. Sorry to see him go."
Kinsey, did you want to send that LRC?
Oh, certainly. Yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
And perhaps I
let's-
should check the general notices too for any new.
Let's multitask. I feel like we don't actually have that much time.
Fair enough. I'll head to the LRC tower.
Okay. So Kinsey heads off to the LRC tower. Roland and Pax, what are you up to?
I am awful curious about these new folks in town with the hover car. So unless you got strong objections there, I'm going to go investigate that. Unless you think you need me here.
Nope. Do you
Good
need
luck.
me with you?
Nah, probably not. There's a whole town watching, so like,
Okay.
I'll probably be fine.
You know, just run out into the street. I will see you. Okay?
Yeah, no, I'll probably be fine.
So Kinsey and Roland head off in the same direction because the hover car is parked just a little ways north down the road from the LRC tower. You can see Mr. Keller shake hands with Duke Russell, who basically like whistles loudly and like waves his hand. You see that he's got like some help nearby the general store who like nods, and they start like wheeling out like crates. And as you're walking, Roland, Michelle Green actually intercedes with you. Kinsey, you walk towards the LRC tower, but Michelle Green kind of walks out from the saloon, has walked out from the saloon, sees you, Roland, and kind of goes up, and she kind of stops you, and she goes, "You going to talk to the new nomads?"
Yeah. I'm just mighty curious about him is all.
Well, you seem like the kind of fella who can sell water to the drowned. If you can get them to talk down the price for the Munsons, I feel downright terrible that I can't get their goods shipped with these new nomads. Their prices are nearly twice as high.
All right, so let me get this straight. Nomad pack that regularly comes through town goes missing. Signs point to a conflict with, a tribe that you have been nothing but friends with. And then right when you need it most, a brand new nomad pack comes in and says they'll take your goods for double the price.
I mean, it ain't that surprising. An LRC notice was put out shortly after you left that the Riveteers were missing from their route. Nomads are bound to move in,
Where's
especially one as fast traveling as this.
Green?
It's gonna be Soft Bend, about a week and a half south of here.
So you sent an LRC message 2.5 days ago, and these folks got it and got here?
I said they weren't that far, and they do have fast vehicles. That one there points at the younger one loading up. He came in on a jetpack. Their friend drinking at the saloon also came in on a jetpack. And when they got this hover car, it seems like it flies real fast. They hopped on the opportunity as far as I can tell. But they're asking an arm and a leg.
Well, all right. You know what? Let me talk to him. Do.
All right. I mean, I understand that the price is going to be a little bit higher, and perhaps we can take some out of what Duke owes the Munsons, but I don't want to shortchange them too much. I know they rely on their payment coming into town, and all of what Duke would pay them, plus what I got for the Riveteers, that ain't even enough to cover it. Not quite. At that point, I figure the Munsons' overhead is probably shot.
Yeah, let me talk to these folks. See what I can work out for you. Said, fella's name is Keller.
Dante Keller, and that's his wife Bridget. Fella drinking down at the saloon. His name's Colby.
All right. Well, I'll work something out for you. Don't worry.
All right. I mean, the Munsons, they're good folk, and I don't. Everyone's hurting from what's happened, but I want to do right by them. They trust me with their spurs.
Sure. Don't worry. Listen. Your assessment of me is correct. I'll get this fixed.
Thanks, man. Kinsey, you make it to the LRC tower. You pop it up. You do easily see, after slotting in your LRC tag, there is like a public notice, basically standard notice from it looks like, yeah, it's a kind of a joint notice, like a posting from Father Wells and Duke Russell and Michelle Green, basically saying like, you know, just a notice to the general area, like the Riveteers have gone missing. Anyone with any intel, that'd be great. That kind of thing. Last heard from Soft Bend, and that was sent around the time that you guys left town. That morning, basically. Yeah, they that's the only like recent notice you see. What else are you looking for on the LRC?
I don't know if there's like a news channel or sort of, just trying to get information for the Ophidians about the world outside of their little camp.
Oh, sure. I mean, there are like you are in Fort Dearborn territory right now, and so there are like general bulletins from like the Fort Dearborn official line. Fort Dearborn's LRC notifications are a little bit militant. I mean, everyone in Fort Dearborn proper is forced to serve in the militia for some time. That's just part of citizenship in Fort Dearborn. So they have like their standard, like, it's a little propaganda-y where they're talking about how like a new garrison is being set up south of Serpent's Point to head off any more bandit activity. Talks about some talk about Waypoint and its dealings with Fort Dearborn, and also some notices about different things happening in San Cordero. General news, general like news bulletin from the Fort Dearborn Post. Nothing that jumps out super crazy, except for there is like kind of a continued story about how far in the like it's like a little sensational but rather short story about how in the Western Badlands nomad packs have been disrupted, but like no other news beyond that. It only mentions the Riveteers.
Sure.
So you're not sure if there's like more info beyond that, or if it was just that somebody in Fort Dearborn heard that a nomad pack went missing and decided to make it a little bit of a story.
Right, that makes sense. All right, and then I'll go ahead and send a message to Soft Bend, basically asking as clearly as I can when the last time they saw the Riveteers, what direction they were heading when they left. If anybody came through.
Okay. Yeah. So you send a message to the basically the sheriff's office of South Bend or Soft Bend.
I didn't know why you did that. Yes.
You send a post. You don't know when you'll hear back necessarily, but you do send a like, hey, this is Ken Charlotte, drifter, concerned citizen in Soldina, just asking like, any news? What do you got? That kind of thing.
Right. Notably, I am using one of the LRC tags that packs stone, because Kinsey does not actually have one of his own, so the name does not match Ken.
Unless Kinsey lost one, he has one. You start with one.
Oh, right. Well, all right. No. in that case.
But yeah, if you're using a random stolen one, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he still will be, yes.
Cool. Meanwhile, Roland, you approach the hover car, and the man sees you approaching. The man you know to be Dante Keller sees you approach, and he goes, "Yes, sir. You got goods to send?
Well,
Cloud cutters are at your service."
Sorry, what was the name he said?
Cloud cutters.
Cloud cutters. Well, Mr. Keller, I ain't got goods of my own. I'm just, sort of a concerned citizen coming on behalf of the rest of the town. Now, listen, I understand, like, you're bailing Soldina out here, and you got to make a profit on your journey, but I'm afraid your asking prices are threatening to bleed the town dry. I mean, if they pay what you're asking, they might as well not sell their goods at all.
Well, I mean, I try to make as fair a deal as I possibly can, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name?
Ben Harris.
Mr. Harris, we make as tight as a deal as we can, but as you can see, he says, like, tapping his hand on the hover car, he's like, we travel in the swiftest and fastest of vehicles. Premium fuel is not easy to come by, and the maintenance on such vehicles is rather high, as well as, I mean, with speed comes security, and you want your goods there quickly, way faster than any other nomad pack. Well, the cloud cutters are the service that you want to ask for. So, I mean, I appreciate the fact that we do ask more than the typical nomad pack, but it all pays out in the end. Your goods get there, and any incoming goods come back twice as fast. Twice the price for twice the speed.
Well, I gotta say, it is downright miraculous how you was able to get here. Miss Green said you came in from Soft Bend.
Oh no, we didn't come from Soft Bend. We came from the north. See, we were up north and east quite a ways further than South Bend, but well, like I said, the cloud cutter guarantee is we travel fast. And when we heard that Soldina was in trouble, we figured we would lend our aid.
Sorry, you said you was further than Soft Bend?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Tommy, this is a question for you. It's a hover car, right? Not a flying car.
Yeah, but hover cars are specific, like they're way faster than the average car. Their top speed, especially if it has like any speed modifications, can be twice as high easily than a normal car.
Sure. So they could cut a week to Soft Bend down into 3.5 days.
Yeah, about.
And further than Soft Bend down into a week.
Yeah, unless they push really hard and didn't sleep, right?
Sure. It don't add up.
It doesn't quite add up. They would have to. What he is proposing is not entirely impossible, but it would have to be that they like dropped everything, hit the road, and fucking all night traded off the wheel and top lined, damaged their vehicle to push it as hard as possible to get it to Soldina as quickly as possible,
Sure.
a rescue vehicle.
Yeah. I just what I'm thinking is, if you're looking to make sort of a one-time trip on behalf of the folks at Soldina, sure, I can understand your business model, but if you're looking to really be the nomad pack for this region, like, they can't afford these rates up front. Maybe, over time.
Sir, you misapprehend. We really hope that whatever has befallen the Riveteers is cleared up as quickly as possible. I mean, of course, the cloud cutters could amend our route to include Soldina in perpetuity, but that is not our intention here today, sir. No. We are here simply to provide immediate necessary aid for a town like Soldina that relies so heavily on import-export. But of course, I mean, if the town requires, I will speak to my alpha and see if there is a way that the Cloud Cutters could become Soldina's primary nomad pack. But I believe, sir, it is too soon to assume that the Riveteers may not have just befallen ill fate that has put them off their route for a short period of time.
Well, I mean, at the very least, like, I mean, these folks, and like you said, they rely on import-export, and, you know, sorry, what direction is Soft Bend?
South, to the south.
It's south?
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the Riveteers, you know, well, it looks like might be caught up in some hubbub out west, you know. Who's saying when they're going to get back?
To the west, you say? Last I heard, they came from. They were traveling from Soft Bend. Have you heard something new, sir?
Well, you know, we spoke to the Ophidians, and, you know, of course the Ophidians, you know, they ain't seen them for a bit. But some of their scouts, you know, caught wind of a trail, maybe leading off westward
towards the mountains. Think they may be caught up in the mountains. Well, then perhaps maybe they might be safe. Well, perhaps, sir, you should speak to the sheriff of Soft Bend or some other town, maybe even perhaps on the other side of the mountain range, and you could whip a posse together. I'm sure the Riveteers would be appreciative of anyone searching the mountainscapes for them.
Great. I've had this conversation long enough to confident that I can get a read on this guy.
Yeah, if you
I'm
want
100% confident this is a very good grift he's running. It's elaborate and has a lot of moving. All good grift, but it of course can't account for drifters.
Yeah, you can roll manipulate since you have playing the player. You can try and
I'll spend some of this grit I've been hoarding.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll spend 3 grit to bamboozle him.
Yeah. So he's at a -3?
Yeah.
All right, you're up against a 9.
Come to me with a 9?
You bamboozled him, otherwise he would have had a higher number.
He needed that higher number. I have 5 net hits over a 9.
Whoa!
Wow.
What's your highest?
Wow.
13.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh wait, no, that explodes.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Hold on, unless I'm
that
dressed to
coming.
impress. It doesn't explode if I'm dressed to impress.
Oof. Actually, I think you are dressed to impress in this particular instance.
Then alas, it is but 5 hits.
Okay. So you get 5 net successes over this guy. Yeah. So this guy, Dante Keller, you catch a few things. One, he's full of shit. Your initial suspicion, like, first off, he's like, well, you know, like, we're super good, but you're like, nah, that doesn't add up. That part's easy, right? Like, if he's in the nearest town to, like, the northeast, like, that's further than Soft Bend, then, like, even if
it's just math,
even like I said, it would make sense, but, like, judging by the way he's selling it and everything, like, that doesn't sound right. They would have had to hear it, like, immediately. So he there's a hole in the grift right there. Also his whole, like, He's like, no, our intention is not to become Soldina's primary nomad pack. Like, you see right through that. Like, he's doing the snake oil salesman. No, sir. He's speaking loudly enough you can hear that. Like, he's making sure that other people hear it. Like, he's like, no, we're totally here for good. We don't want to step on anyone's toes. We're just here to help. You know, like, being as super as generous as possible. But yet, you can tell he's not talking to you. He's playing the crowd. And he's using this opportunity. He's been waiting for someone to ask ask him these questions so that he could stamp any concerns. The other thing that you get with 5 successes is when you mentioned that the Riveteers were to the west, which is where the mountains are. He was concerned. He was like, wait, what? Like his first instinct to be like was like, what? Wait, what have you heard? Like you saw that flash across his face for like an instant, but like a pro, right? He immediately was like, well, you should go, like, if you have information, you should get a posse together and go help him. But like you can like tell like his body language changed, his like tenor changed a little bit, his voice narrowed in a little bit, so he's just talking to you and not the crowd, where he's like, I don't want anyone else to hear about this. You should go now. You should go look into that. You should definitely leave town real quick and investigate that. Go to any other town than this town and go out that way. You think that there's definitely your random guess of Riveteers to the west has thrown him off his game a little bit. So with your 5 successes, you are pretty sure, judging by this man's demeanor, that the Cloud Cutters are trying to move in on Riveteer turf. They in some way have inconvenienced or attacked or hurt the Riveteers in some way. The way in which he speaks of the Riveteers, you imagine that there might be somewhat of a rivalry between those two, even if it's not overt. It's enough that he has contempt for them, you basically like think that the Riveteers are in trouble in the mountains to the west of Snake Eye Canyon, and that the Cloud Cutters are behind it, and they're trying to muscle in on the Riveteers' turf. You get all of that from that brief exchange with the man, who continues to the outward eye to maintain his composure as he's like, if you have any information at all, I recommend you head straight down.
Hey, stop talking now. Here's the thing. You've worked so hard, and I respect that. Listen, as a fellow practitioner, I respect it. But here's the thing. Now you gotta cut me in, right? Because you want this to work. And for that to work, I need to not say the things that I know are true now.
He looks a little concerned at that, glances over to his wife, who has kind of been listening in. She looks over to you. He goes, "Sir, can I buy you a drink?"
Oh, I don't think so.
He glances around. He goes, "Well, if you have a business proposition you'd like to run by the Cloud Cutters, I assume we could find a better venue for such a discussion."
Nah, you really can't. Because here's the thing. Right out here, everyone can see you. Because that's what you want, right? You want to shout real loud about how you ain't stepping on no one's toes and how you absolutely ain't cutting in the Riveteers' turf. And you definitely don't want me to raise my voice when I say that you're behind their kerfuffle and do plan to muscle in and are planning to overcharge these people forever. Now, I could get louder when I say that, if you want, but I don't think you do, right? You don't want that, right, Mr. Keller?
He steps back like 2 paces, and his wife steps up, and she puts her mechanical hand like on your shoulder and like squeezes tight, and she goes, "Listen, boy, if you want to try and turn the screws on us, you got to dust up on your hands. Now, no one in this town's a fighter, and you sure as hell ain't one.
Hey, Pax, Sky. Hey, Kinsey, I see you over there. If I could have a confab real quick, and all this I say like dead in her eye.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch your name, miss. What was it?
Keller.
Miss Keller. Scarier folk than you have tried to kill me more times than I can count. You gonna have to try harder. You want to intimidate me. Now, you can start talking, or you can... Well, no, I think this one probably just ends with you starting to...
Pax, you hear Roland shout for you.
Sure. I turn to Sky and I go, stay here. And I beat it into and I bust open through that door. And I'm got my weapons raised. No, I've got the bow.
No, that ain't necessary. Right, Miss Keller?
At this point, Father Wells walks up and goes, "What is going on here? Mr. Harris, please. I am so sorry. These folk are here to help the town."
Hey, Father, I gotta ask you a couple questions real quick. One, you any good at math?
I like to think so. I follow the verity of logic. I've had my schooling.
Great. How far away is the next town past Soft Bend?
Oh, almost 2 week time.
Great. How many
by
days ago
lane.
you sent a message that you needed help?
About 3 days. 3 days. But they travel in souped up, fast moving vehicles. And Dante goes, "That we do."
Hush up.
Father, you see me take apart that car over there, and you see me do it pretty good. These folks, they had to get your message the second you sent it, then drive nonstop through the night. And I tell you what, I slam my hand down on the hood of the car. This ain't a hover car that's driven straight on through the night for 4 days straight.
Bridget and Miss Keller and Mr. Keller kind of glance at each other. The younger 30-year-old guy kind of steps back, kind of sizing up the situation. And what Pax?
Oh, I was just gonna say I put my bow away and get out my casually, not casually, but not on the attack. My two melee weapons, my big knives with the bludgeoning sides.
Sure.
Kinsey pops out of the door and points a gun.
You come around from the LRC tower, gun drawn. They kind of are looking at the situation, and Father Wells kind of sits there thinking about it for a second. He looks towards Dante and he goes, "Mr. Keller, you have something to say for yourself?" And Dante goes, "Look, tensions are high." And then he jumps into the car and then roll initiative.
Fucking amazing.
Roll initiative?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, we could have just had a nice, polite conversation in town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I've saved up all this grit. You know what I use it for?
What?
I spent 5 grit to bamboo Keller, who just jumped into it. I could get him out.
So you put Dante Keller at a -5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
I see Nomad Pack initiative. You don't get that this time. Downright
It's been, like,
respectable initiative.
2 whole sessions since we've had a fight. I'm dying to hit someone in the head.
All this talk.
I had to find someone that we could beat up.
Okay. All right. Did anyone get better than an 8?
Yes, Kinsey did.
No.
What'd you get, Kinsey?
9.
All right.
Dope.
Roland, what'd you get?
I got a 5.
All right. And Pax?
I got a 7.
Okay, Pax, what is your awareness?
Oh, I think it's 5. It is 5.
Okay. I will say that bamboozling Dante did make it so Kinsey gets to go first. Dante would have rolled way better than a 7, but alas, getting super bamboozled made it so he only got 2 successes on top of his 5 static.
Incredible.
I miss having 5 static.
Kinsey, you're up.
All right, perfect. I think. Yeah, probably the first move.
Oh yeah, to give you a little bit of a sense, Kinsey, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're down the road a little bit. You kind of watched a little bit what has unfolded, and you see this guy, like, everyone's kind of looking at Dante, and he's like, tensions are high. And then he immediately, like, leaps into the hover car, like, kicks on the engine. Bridget starts moving back and reaching towards behind the seat. The slightly younger man reaches for a rifle on his back.
I think I'm going to take a shot at Bridget. I'd like to do a cold shot, and I'd like to shoot it up.
Shoot at her arm?
Yes.
Okay. So take a -2.
Perfect.
And you're going to try and damage her mechanical arm a little bit, make it malfunction perhaps.
Right. Alright, so I've got a high of 11.
Okay. Kinsey, go ahead and take some grit.
Sure.
I'm going to play to the gallery so I can count these 12s. So you fire a shot. She's got her arm, like her good arm, in the trunk of the car. Sees you take a shot, and she, like, leans back, and you just barely miss her mechanical arm with your shot as she produces a gun of her own out of the back of the truck.
I'm going to double down. I really want to shoot it.
Okay. So you spend 4 grit, get to double down, and you get an extra turn.
Perfect. I'm just going to shoot her this time.
Okay. This time you are up against a 10.
Perfect. Oh yes. What is it? 2 Brits to play to the gallery. I'm going to also do that. Wow.
So how many net successes do you have? How much damage are you dealing?
All right, so that
Over
is
10?
six net successes. Aggressive. Yes, playing to the gallery made 2 16s explode, and one of those succeeded. So.
Okay, well, what's
right.
the accuracy on your gun?
But yes, the accuracy on my I am the light firearm, so my accuracy is only 3, unfortunately, with a power of 5, which does 15 damage and a piercing of 2.
Okay. Unless you want to use punch it more, if you want to spend more grit, you could count more hits, but that's up to
If
you.
I had more grit to spend, I absolutely would, but I don't.
15 damage, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
15 damage, yes.
Yeah. So you shot with your rifle first, right?
No, it was with the light fire.
Oh, both times was a light firearm?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, sorry. No, you're right. For the first time, it was the rifle.
So Kinsey's got like the rifle trained. The fight's about to break out. Kinsey fires one shot and then like immediately like lowers that gun in his offhand, whips out his pistol and just like shoots a burst with his pistol because your pistol's a burst fire, right?
Yeah.
And like hits Miss Keller in the side, her armor splintering and a little bit of blood like flying out as she like now instead of being like leaning against the car like to dodge, she like slumps against it, grabbing her stomach with her mechanical hand as like blood kind of starts to seep out. And she is going to kind of like use her leaning up on the car to kind of push herself into it. And then she's going to take a shot back at you, Kinsey, and she's also, it's got a spread, so she's going to spread it over to Roland as well.
Sure.
Y'all are currently up against a 10.
I have a 10.
Okay.
Best I can do.
Yes, also the best I can do, also.
Is it 10?
Yes.
Alright, both of you can take grit. She's going to play to the gallery to also count this 13.
Perfect.
Which also gives her an 11. So now, y'all get hit for...
Now I'm taking an injury.
Maybe.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, for sure. You guys get hit for 18 damage with 2 armor piercing. Prior to your armor's toughness.
Damage. Oh, brother.
She hits you really good because I spent that crit.
Injury.
All right.
I'm gonna take
Kid is going to take an injury as well.
Okay, both of you roll
Hell
a d20.
It's the best one on that table.
What'd you
My
get?
insight is lowered. Also my durability, which is quite bad. But my insight is lowered.
So your durability is lowered by 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so you now have, what, 4 hit points?
Yeah.
Kinsey got a head wound, so my reasoning and weapon reduced by 1. Luckily, Kinsey does not use those at all. Pretty much ever.
Well, if you get around to rolling initiative again, that might affect your initiative.
No, then it will have a problem, yes.
Yeah, so So she like jumps in the back and kind of like takes a knee like expertly, like she's ridden shotgun in this car quite a lot, and she leans forward against the back seat and fires a spread shot into Roland and Kinsey. Roland, Kinsey got head wound. What's yours, Roland? It's a
festering wound.
Festering wound. Yeah. So Roland, the spread shot like tears up your shoulder a little bit, like opening it up. It's mostly cosmetic, but you fall down for a second and you fall like in a mud pile, like a little muddy puddle that like splashes up, and you feel it stinging as grit and earth are like in the wound as you like stumble back up to your feet.
Ah, shit, that's infected.
And Kinsey, you dive out of the way, barely missing. You feel like a couple of them like graze your shoulder, but the LRC tower's right there, and you smash your head into it and stumble forward, and you got like a little bit of like blood trickling down your forehead.
Look for things before you dodge, Kinsey. Look for...
And Dante is gonna gun it with the engine. And he manages to increase it to its top speed as it like swishes around and starts flying out to the north side of town. Not actually able to get that much further away. Check a thing real quick. My camera is right in the way of my screen. You're regretting what?
I gave up my missiles.
Pax is not forgetting.
I haven't gone yet.
Okay. He does get a little ways away. He does like shoot a little ways towards the edge of town, about halfway towards the stables on the northern side of town. That hover car is fast. And you can see like the goods that are like kind of sitting in the back, like rummaging. The tailgate's not all the way up. Pax, you're up.
So only what's his face was in the car, right?
No, both Mr. and Mrs. Keller are in the car as it is leaving. They've left. There's that like 30-year-old guy. He is standing there.
Great. What range are they at?
They are at standard range.
Okay. So I'm trying to decide between using Rosa's gun, the hard caliber gunslinger pistol, and Miguel's gun.
On this one dude?
No, on the car.
Oh, on the car. Okay. I mean, I think it's the same.
So kind of. Miguel's gun has one more piercing. And it has a longer range than a pistol. So I don't really know what the range for a pistol is. It was kind of my point.
Oh,
I don't want to take penalties.
You won't take penalties for using the pistols at this range.
Okay.
They did not manage to get far enough away to incur penalties on that. They do have. Well, wait. You're shooting the car or the people in the car?
Probably the people in the car.
Okay. Driver or passenger? They have medium cover, so you're at a -2 for that.
She's already really hurt. So the driver.
Okay. So you're gonna shoot Dante.
Yeah.
And
I hate using guns, but
And you settled on which firearm? You did a lot of I might do this, I might do this. What is it that you do?
yeah. So I am going to shoot the driver with Rosa Valentez's gunslinger guns.
Okay. So you see this unfolding. You draw from like your back holster one of Rosa's hard caliber guns. The light kind of like the luminescent parts kind of glowing a teal color as you level it out. And you're shooting at Dante, so you're at a -2.
I will use motivational speaker, and I will shout, "Don't let him get it!" Oh fuck! Yeah, no, you got it.
So I have a silly question. Do they see this coming?
They know you're there. They are aware that you're there. This is not a sneak attack of any kind. This is an open fight.
No, I
Hey.
know. I said
Take a
it was a
plus
silly
5.
question.
You get a +5, so a
Five?
total of +3 because you were at a -2.
Jeez.
Okay, let's see what happens. Is it only on the first roll? Because on the second roll it'll be
That is a different attack.
normal.
Yes.
Okay.
But right now we're just resolving a single roll.
Yeah, I got 2 uses of motivational speaker.
How much reliability do these guns have?
A lot.
Not that much, but enough.
You are currently against a 12.
God. My dice? Not super happy with me. I'm gonna spend a grit to roll a fifth die.
Okay.
+3 on my there. Ah, that explodes. All right, so pink dice are not my friend today. Get in jail, you MRFers. Okay, neat. I have 2 net successes. I have a high of 15.
Okay. So how much damage is that?
16 damage with 0 piercing.
Okay.
I forgot just how fun it is just to shoot gunslinger guns.
They're really nice guns. I hate using them.
Pax hates using them.
Yeah, no, I love them.
Yeah. So so now come on. Pax, Roland's like, get him! Oh shit! Yeah, use that! And you level the pistol and boosh, it's got a hell of a kick on it. Actually, yeah, you have to use a focus action to shoot with that gun, unless you wanted to have taken a -3.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you're too used to playing a gunslinger and
Yeah.
being able to dual wield hard caliber pistols. Yeah, so it's just you use a whole focus action. You cup. It's got a huge kick. Knocks you almost like back a step. You kind of like get blown back just a little bit by it as this massive shot shoots out. Kind of a puff of like luminescent energy supercharging the shot, and you see it like tear straight through Dante's like shoulder, blowing blood out on the like little like half windshield at the front of the car, and he slams against it, and it like swerves slightly to the side, and then he pulls back and like corrects it and like stops from like slamming into a building and gets back into the center and starts like fishtailing a little bit. He is super hurt but still alive.
Are they? So they're heading away from the canyon.
Yeah, they're heading north.
Okay.
All right, you good?
Yeah.
The slightly younger gentleman is gonna like step back, like kick on his like jetpack, a little like is gonna shoot out from behind him, and he's gonna fly up in the air, and he's gonna pull out 2 light firearms, and he's just gonna as he starts just tearing up full auto, just like shredding the street. All three of you are gonna have to roll a defense test.
Man, I tell you what, they are not getting this town's contract.
If only they had just talked a little bit.
I'm gonna get shot and take another injury, I think.
Yeah.
You're up against an 11.
Mm-hmm.
Kinsey's got a high of 6.
Oh, we're twinsies again.
You also have a high of 6?
Yeah.
What about you, Pax?
I have a high of 14.
Okay. So you're
Is there
fine.
a way that I can, like, use part of my dodge to, like, knock one of these guys out of the way? I know
Well-
that that's a deflect test.
Yeah, that's what it would be. It would be a deflect
Okay.
test.
Okay, so I should have rolled deflect.
Well, no, it's a different. Like, if you want to lose initiative, you could roll deflect to try and protect one of these two. But that's up to you.
Mm,
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
okay, alright.
You also would know that you would have to beat an 11 with deflect. So I don't know how high your deflect is, but
Yeah.
unless you just want to get hit, in which case.
Take a whole other injury. Fuck.
Okay. Get into cover, man.
I haven't had a turn.
I know.
All right, so both Roland and Kinsey take take 10 damage
Jesus.
with 2 armor piercing.
Only 2? Okay, that I can take.
That's fine. That's just a class 1 injury after my time.
After your toughness, you reduce it to class 1. That's great. There you go.
Guys, I'm a little bit off balance. Okay, I'm out of injuries I'm allowed to take because of the first injury I took.
Oh no, yeah! You have fewer injury slots! Oh no, Roland!
I
Well,
hope I don't get shot again.
he does have another gun, and he is gonna shoot with his other gun. I need all of you to roll a dodge test again.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Hey, I've hit a number that's as high as I.
So this one is actually only a 7.
I got a 9.
Even if I, okay, that's fine. I could spend grit to shoot you.
Kinsey's got a high of 4.
Okay. What about you, Pax?
I have a 13.
Okay. If spending grit would have also hit Pax, I'd do it, but I'm not gonna.
Appreciate that.
But her defense is too high, so only Kinsey gets hit here. Pax, you dive forward. Roland, you stumble back, clutching your shoulder. The ground around you just tearing up. As this guy kind of like pinwheels up in the air, just spraying down the crowd, like the townsfolk are like scattering. And Kinsey, you get hit for another 10 damage with 2 armor piercing.
Yeah, I'm going. Just class 1 injury. I'll take that.
Okay. Now roll. You have to roll 2 d20 and count the highest.
Perfect.
Because this is your second injury, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. You said take the lowest?
Nope, the highest.
Take the highest.
Yeah, because the things that are higher are worse.
It sounded like you said the lowest.
Nah, well, Kinsey is feeling a little bit overwhelmed at this moment, so he's going to take -2 to the target number of my next test.
Okay, cool. Don't forget that. -2 on your next test.
Sure.
And then, yeah, he kind of is floating up there in the air, but he hasn't really quite started to make an escape yet. Roland, it is your turn.
Great. I will shout out, there's one drinking in the saloon. Take one. And then it's Pax's turn, actually.
I go there and I shoot him.
You rush to the saloon?
Yes?
Okay, you can get to the saloon with a quick action and an athletics test. Because
How am I gonna tell which one is
you gotta
which?
basically run all the way around the church and go around the bend to get to where the saloon is.
Okay. Instead, I'm going, I'll get him next. And I'm like a called shot for the jetpack.
You're gonna try and shoot the jetpack
Nice.
off of this guy's
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
All right.
And I will shout out, great, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Do you? And use motivational speaker.
Motivational teamwork.
Are you aiming with the hard caliber again?
Yes.
Nice.
This is but a +3 this time, unfortunately.
Okay.
Well, he has no cover from his jetpack, so.
Having recently played a character who had a jetpack, I know.
You're so easy to shoot up there.
That's why you gotta be really good at piloting.
I mean, it does
It
give
doesn't
him.
even have cover.
He does get a bunch of bonuses to dodge with it, right? Because the handling is really high.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just had a flashback to one of my favorite Manifest play missions.
You are up against a 12.
I have to roll more dice.
I think the jetpack is dead.
Okay. I have 3 net successes.
It's dead.
I have 3 net successes. I have a wait. Am I at a -2 for handling a hard caliber? I'm not.
You're
right?
only at a negative if you don't use a focused action to shoot
Okay.
it.
Cool. Cool. Then I have 3 net successes. I have a 13, a 14, and a 16.
Okay, all of those beat the 12.
Yeah.
So how much damage is that?
24.
Okay. Yeah, so you've kind of like rolled to the ground to avoid the gunfire. You shout out to Roland. You like plant a long strided like lunge, one knee down towards the ground, and you aim up and another giant kick from that gun as the like luminescent cloud shoots out of it, and the bullet flies up, pierces right through the jetpack, and there's a big explosion at this person's back, and he goes flying forward and smashes into the ground. Oh god, crashes with air vehicles are even worse.
I also know that.
It's been a minute since anyone's crashed, so I'm just gonna refresh myself on the rules. Rough.
Well, it could have safety features.
It doesn't.
Like mine did, where I got like a little snowball. It was great. He's a dummy.
Remember the time I fell out of a plane with no parachute?
Yes, I do remember that very much. Remember when I did it?
Yeah.
Oh. Viewers, it was 2 different planes. Don't worry.
It was 2 different planes.
Yeah.
It was differing amounts of okay, but all.
Yeah. So he flies forward, smashes into the side of the LRC tower, crumples up against it, and then like kind of tumbles down and lands right next to Kinsey, like with a loud crunch, and he's dead.
Aw, I didn't mean to kill him.
Oh no.
I wanted some information.
Well, there's the one in the saloon.
Yeah, Kinsey, you're like, you got the blood like in one eye, and then there's just poof, right next to you.
Good gravy, my goodness.
You got that one? And I'm gonna run towards the cylinder.
Okay.
Okay.
And Kinsey, it's your turn.
Kinsey's going to. Let's see. How far?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
The hover car. How far out of range is it? Or
It is still it's still at standard range right now because it hasn't had a turn yet.
Perfect. Yes. I'll take a shot at the driver there with the rifle.
Okay. You are at a -2 because he has medium cover.
The high of 7.
Okay.
Spent all my grit.
I will. Well, you get a grit now. He is going to go at strong, so that he can count this 10. Everything else he rolled was way too high. So yeah, you with your rifle, line up a shot. It's kind of swerved back into the middle of the street. You step away from the body that's just crumpled down next to you, and you take a shot. And he's kind of leaning over and he's fishtailing a little bit. Your shot just zooms right by his head. And Pax.
Yes.
As you are coming around the bend of the church, you hear and you see flying up in the air a man in his 40s wearing a jetpack. He goes flying up, and he is going to use both of his quick actions to get some distance on you. Yeah. So he's going to use both of his quick actions to get further from you. So now he's at like moderate to long range, and then everyone can get a grit as I double down with that guy, and he is going to, with his rifle that he has, I think, take a shot at Kinsey because he saw Kinsey firing at his dude.
That makes sense.
So he's going to return fire on you, Kinsey. He seems like he has like a really long range sniper rifle. So he's he flies over you, Pax, flies over the triptych church, zooms up, catching up with the hover car and actually overtaking it just a little bit, and then he spins around hugging the rifle to his shoulder as he's kind of with his back towards the ground, flying backwards, and he's gonna put the scope up to his eye, and he's gonna take a shot at Kinsey.
I'm going to spend 2 grits to play to the gallery.
Well, wait until you see what I got, just in case, right?
Fair enough.
Tommy might beef it.
You are up against an 11.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. I've got a high
High of what?
4.
Okay, did you want to play to the gallery?
Yeah, I suppose I shall. Yeah, I'll play to the gallery there.
What are you able to count then?
The 11, which means it's just the one shot.
Oh, okay.
Too late.
Yeah. He only gets the 1 net success over you, which is still a lot of damage.
Of course.
Take a look at a thing real quick. Pull up his stats. Yeah, that's what I thought. It is 9 damage with 6 armor piercing.
6. Sure. Yeah, I'll take that. I've only got 1 point of HP now.
Yeah.
1 hit point.
So he like hovers, holds this giant rifle up to his eye, takes a shot. It hits you like dead in the chest, Kinsey, and explodes. It's more than just like a bullet hitting you. It rips apart your armor, like shrapnel like digs into your chest, like blood shoots out of your mouth as you fly back as this big explosion like bursts on your chest.
Oh no.
It's going to be a problem in the future.
And then pulling out her sidearm, the wife is going to take a shot at you, Pax.
Okay. Bless.
She's gotten too far for spread shot to be useful.
Haha.
But you are up against a 12.
I'm gonna spend a grit to play to roll another die.
Okay.
Okay. I have to say low successes are my least favorite. But that'll do it.
What do you got?
A 14.
Cool. So you see that shot ring out, and you look over and you see the glint of her pistol as she draws it, and she takes a shot, and you just duck to the side, and the shot just flies wide over your head. And then Dante is going to use his quick actions to continue to get away.
Don't forget he's super hurt.
He's super hurt. Which is fine on that. They make it to the edge of town at this point. Okay. They make it to the edge of town and keep going. But as he like swerves towards like one of the bridge or towards the bridge, he kind of overcompensates a little bit and he glides a little, and the hover car like almost falls off of one of the bridges into the trench. And you see some of the goods fly out of the back of the hover car as he kind of like skids to the side and then like levels up on the earth and then continues going. He is now at extreme range. And yeah, I'll go ahead and give him a shot at it. You can all take a grit. He's going to double down and try to use use an action to escape. Colby is, or the other flying, yeah, Colby, you know his name is Colby. He is still there at long range, but okay, he does manage to do it, even though he's injured. He starts disappearing over the horizon. Mostly because you guys just don't have a vehicle to chase after him, but he manages to like kind of like gain enough speed that you think that even if you get to the car and try to chase after him, he'll be gone. But that's their turns. Pax, it is you.
Okay, so there's this jetpack lady?
The jetpack guy, yeah, with the big
Jetpack
with the big sniper rifle, who just shot Kinsey really hard.
I didn't like it.
Okay. But we want this person to live. Right? Right.
Probably, unless they carry notes on them. You know, like in like old RPGs where like in case.
Okay,
Here's
so
our
are they close to anything? Like or can I get close to them?
You can certainly try.
Like get underneath, right?
You won't be able to. You probably won't be able to get underneath. He's at long range right now in a jetpack. For you to be able to catch up to him would be pretty unlikely. like to get directly underneath him. Like you could run forward a little bit to try and reduce the range penalty, but it'd be pretty impossible for you to catch up to him. Like you could try, but it would kind of be like a focused action to do it, and you would still need to roll really well and then double down to do something.
Okay. I'd like to spend grit to flashback.
Okay. You spend 4 grit to flashback. You've somehow prepared for this event. What did you do in the past that prepared you for this?
I have net shot. I'd like to take the rope that I have and somehow figure out how to connect it to my net shot.
You want to make fishing net.
I want to fly a kite made of a person.
It's like
I have a bow and arrow now, so my projectile bow and arrow could have like a net pack on it.
Do you have net shot for the bow, or is it thrown net shot only?
Oh.
Because it's specific.
I didn't know they were different. I mean, I guess.
I mean, you're flashing back, so it would just be like the expenditure of some spurs or cubes to get the right appropriate kind of ammo.
No, I have thrown projectile ammo.
Okay. So part of the flashback would have to be the expenditure of some cubes or some spurs to get projectile ammo for your bow that is net shot, and then I would let you roll like a machinery test to try and modify it so it has a attachment to it.
I have no cubes and no spurs.
Oh.
But I've been trying really hard to avoid using this grapple gun to shoot at the people.
I mean, that's also pretty hard to achieve. You can. It's at a negative to pull off.
Okay, so here's what you do. You take your net shot that's thrown and you throw it up, and while that's in midair, you take out the grapple and you shoot the net in midair, because that's not a person. It's
it would still be at a penalty.
I don't have the means to use any of the flashback to my advantage, so I would like to not flashback.
Okay.
And instead take out my grapple gun and spend 2 grit to bamboozle.
Ooh,
Okay.
You don't want to do the thing that I said.
So, what quality grapple gun do you have?
I have a 2.
Okay, so it is a -4 to take this shot.
I would like to spend the rest of my grit to go it strong.
Okay.
We get to roll first and see if it's worth it.
That's fair.
Okay, sure. So -4, and it's finesse still?
Yes. It's a ranged attack.
Yeah. Okay. This is some bonkers game-breaking crap that I'm gonna have to write rules for. All right.
I mean, I'm
Find
bending
a
it a
kite
little
that is
bit
a
because
person.
technically there's only 50 feet of high tension cable on this grapple gun, but I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to close the gap and take this incredibly hard shot.
I could roll athletics if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and roll athletics. We'll do it by the book. Roll an athletics test for your quick action to try and get within 50 feet of this guy.
Okay, I got 4 hits on my athletics test.
Okay, you can get to like just 50 feet of him.
Okay.
Or actually, hold on. It's got to be opposed because it's chase. What's your highest?
14.
Okay. Can you still count that 14 if you're at a -3?
No.
What is your highest if you're at a -3? It's pedestrian versus vehicle, basically.
10.
Oh my god. How many net successes over a 7?
3.
Okay, you are able to get within 50 feet of him.
Nice. I really thought it wasn't gonna work. That's so cool.
Yeah. The rest of his rolls were 17, 17, 18.
Man, I needed that to be his dodge, though. Okay.
Yeah, now that I got that out of the way.
Right?
Alright, so you're at a -4 to shoot with this grapple gun.
Okay.
He's bamboozled, don't forget.
Yeah, bamboozled by 2, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm at a -4, so that gives me. Okay. Okay, so with my -4, my highest is a 9.
Okay, his highest is an 11.
I'm going to spend the rest of my grit to go it strong. And I have 2 net successes over an 11.
Okay. So he's flying off with a jetpack. The jetpack kind of has like slight wings to it. And you sprint forward, dropping the pistol into your holster and pulling out from like your like center back, like your grapple gun, and like you run forward and like kind of leap and like take a wild shot. And it's the grapple gun shoots out right to the extent of the full cable, and then it just catches on one of those wings. And I need you to roll. Well, no, you got 4 on athletics. I'll let that count as you get lifted off the ground.
I'm climbing this rope. This guy is not going to be happy.
As you get lifted off the ground, not like super high off the ground, but like your feet come off the ground. You're kind of being like dragged above the ground, flying, and like every once in a while, like dropping to the ground, having to kick up off of it as you're holding on barely to this grapple gun as it's flying out. That's Pax's turn. You guys see as Pax starts getting dragged out of town.
Is she flying that human like a kite?
Also,
It sure does seem that way.
Pax, take a grit, because that's ridiculous. Also, earlier, you all did some great roleplay. Take a grit.
What did you just say?
You all did great roleplay earlier, so everyone take a grit. Pax, you get an additional grit for that ridiculous plan you just pulled off.
That's my favorite grit.
I think I'm gonna call it like sky fishing. The Anglicans would be so pleased.
That's what they called it in the chat. Argit Lam said sky fishing.
Oh yes, we're the same.
Oh, that's great. All right, so Roland, it's your turn.
I don't know how to contribute to this. I guess I shoot him a little bit.
Shoot the wings off.
Yeah, I would like to damage his. I don't want him to go plummeting to the ground. I don't think my gun is powerful enough to do that on my best day. but I would like to specify trying to.
So you're doing a cold shot then?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's against his jetpack. I mean, there's no cover anyways, but yeah, okay, you're aiming at the jetpack. All right.
-2 for the call shot.
Yep.
Hey, look at that. Bad roll.
Oof.
Okay.
You're up against a 13.
No. No.
Yeah, I saw that roll and I was like, oh no. Even dragging a person, he has some handling bonuses with the jetpack, so.
Yeah, no, I got I could spend grit to get. If I had 5 grit, I could hit.
Yeah, so Roland pops a shot off, and unfortunately, he just ducks down and swings up. He's got the extra weight of Pax kind of twirling around behind him, and you just miss with your shot. It is Kinsey's turn now.
I think Kinsey's going to try and things off.
You're gonna try what?
To do the same thing, damage his jet.
Okay, so you're taking a -2 to try and damage the jetpack.
Yes.
Man, I am not a very good shot.
All right, Kinsey, you're up against an 11.
Well, that's at least 1/6.
Okay.
So that's with a power of 6 with 2 armor pierce.
All right, power 6, 2 armor piercing. So you do hit it a bit. It's still got like some like oh, it's a little worse than I thought. Okay. So you do hit the jetpack. You see like your shot clang off of it, and a little bit of like sparks and like maybe some hydraulic fluid on like the right wing kind of shoot off a little bit. But like he doesn't really like lose a lot of altitude. It's damaged, but not in a way that is necessarily affecting him yet.
Sure, and then I'd like to duck behind cover shot.
Did you shoot with your pistol or your rifle?
Rifle.
Okay, so you won't be able to like cover, but you can kind of get like up. I'll give you like light cover. You get like you just push yourself up against a building, make yourself a little harder to hit, so you have a +1 to any defense test you may have.
Great, thank you.
It's his turn. Yeah, I think he's gonna try. He's gonna try and shoot the rope.
Can I defend with athletics to try and move it and jiggle it?
Yes. I will give you, based on the situation that you're in, right? You don't have a lot to work with. There's nothing to kick up off of really at this point. But you can like kind of twirl your body and like, you know, move your arms in a way. You have athletic skills. So basically you have a situational modifier of, we'll put you at a minus, I think 4. I think it's gotta be -4.
Wow.
You just gotta engage your core.
To be fair, though, just so you know, he also has a lot of penalties because he's trying to shoot a cable that is attached to his back with a gun that is like a sniper rifle as he's flying. So, like, you both, it's a sloppy action altogether. Though he definitely has a bit of an advantage over you on this.
Well. Okay, well.
Oh no! Okay, so his highest is a 6.
My high is a 7. I'm really glad that I don't have to spend grit.
Okay, cool. So he twirls around kind of panicking and like fires off like a couple shots with his rifle and you kind of just like, you think for a second he's shooting at you, so you kind of like try to twirl with it and you realize he's trying to shoot the cable, and so you like, you know, kind of continue to swing your way, like make yourself wide so you catch more air, and like make the cable like start swirling even more, and his shots go a little wide, and then he like starts to lose altitude and speed as you kind of make yourself wide and give him a bunch of drag, and he like lowers down to the ground, and you like your feet skim on the ground again, and yeah, he's gonna have some penalties to any more defense tests he may have as he's lost control of his vehicle.
Oh, hey.
Because he rolled a misfire. So he's lost control, which like kind of is a little bad for you too, Pax. It looks like he might crash soon. But it is your turn, Pax.
I don't have a plan.
Do you have enough grit to flash back? You could have a second grappling hook.
No. That would be hilarious and awesome. But I gave away my last grappling hook, so because I had 2.
That was foolish.
I couldn't think of a reason more than one.
This exact situation.
Right?
What was the answer to that?
I want to climb up on this rope.
Okay, that seems like an athletics test to me. You can have, though, because of the grapple gun, you can have a +2.
Because it can
'Cause it
reel
just
in.
Because it retracts. That's specifically, it will to do high speed rappelling or climbing with a grapple gun often requires gymnastics or athletics test with a +1, 2, or 3, depending on the quality of the grapple gun. So.
That's wonderful.
That's hilarious.
Everything's coming up, Pax.
So you have a +2, which I think ultimately nets you a -1 because the situation is still ridiculous. You're still flying on the back of a car.
Okay. All right. Is it opposed?
No. You're just at a
Okay.
-1 unopposed
I
to
have
try and.
I have 3 hits.
Okay. Yeah. So you like it starts retracting, and you hold on and like pull yourself in. Are you trying to get like in contact with him?
I guess so.
Okay. So yeah, and now you're holding on to the back of the jetpack.
Cool. I'm gonna take out my knife and I'm gonna put it around his throat.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, land us or we're both dead.
Okay.
I'm not very convincing. It's more of just a threat.
So you can roll intimidate.
Okay.
I will give you. So I'd give you like a -1 for like having to shout over the roaring of the engine. But I'll give you. But like that's still you're still gonna net positive because you're hanging on to the back of his thing. He's lost control of his vehicle and. Yeah, I think the next thing would be like you have the knife to his throat, but then the -1 makes it a 3. So you're at a +3 to intimidate.
Okay. See what happens. I'm not convincing. We're gonna do the opposite.
He's gonna choose we both die.
Yeah. Little does he know I have a grit left. Wow. Okay.
You're up against a
So-
9.
Yeah, I can't beat that.
Okay.
But I can take away some of his successes. I have a 7.
Okay.
I guess it's a defense test, so that doesn't matter. Never mind. That's not how the game works, viewers.
So he doesn't say anything back, but you shout that with a knife to his throat. Roland, it's your turn. You've seen Pax at the northern end of town going over the trench. Like Pax is now hanging on the back of this guy as he like pinwheels in the air, like dipping down and flying up, like looking like he doesn't really have control at the moment.
All right, I will like look through the scope of my rifle and just. Hey, Kinsey, do you have an idea? I'm not a very good shot is the thing, and like before and now I would hit Pax, and I don't want that. Hey, anybody else in the town, do you have an idea about what to do here?
Is that your turn, just asking everyone what their idea is?
Go get the car
Yeah,
and follow.
Yeah, right? Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm a little shaken from. Hey, Scott, how are you doing? Scott, do you need to get back to your lane? I say as I like start jogging towards the car.
Yeah, Sky's come around because she was told to wait, but she heard a bunch of gunfire. She comes around, sees you running back. She sees like the crumpled body nearby the LRC. She sees this like pinwheeling guy in the distance and was like, Pax? And then you start jogging to the car. Yeah, with your focused action, you can make it in the car and like turn it on. Kinsey, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to help with the car thing. Maybe I'll just take one shot with my pistol, just as kind of like a as I run.
As you're running, take a shot and then get in the car. Yeah, sure.
One of those, beyond half-court types of things. Just like,
yeah. So you were at a -2 for range at this point.
Yes.
As you try to shoot this guy.
Wow. These are all very hot. And do I have one more? Enough. Alright.
You're up against an 8.
Well, I've got 2 10s that say I've hit that mother. 10 damage and 2.
10 damage for 2 piercing?
That's right. Kinsey kills him accidentally.
Then I just shed his body and try to learn how to fly a jetpack.
You were shooting at the guy or the jetpack?
I guess if it makes because no, I'm doing it was at a -2, right? So I am shooting at.
No, you're at a -2 for the distance now. It would be an additional -2 to shoot at the jetpack. So yeah.
So I'm shooting at the guy.
Shooting at the guy. Okay, 9 damage, 2 piercing.
He can't be dead from that, right?
It was 10 damage, actually.
Sorry,
10
10
damage,
2
yes.
piercing.
But I'm sure he has.
Okay,
some
he
time.
could be dead from that, but like, what if he wasn't?
Yeah, Pax, you got this guy. You're swinging around, and then a bullet. You hear like a off in the distance, like over the sound of the engine, like the slight sound of a gunshot, and it hits the guy in the shoulder. He's like, ah! As he spins around, he doesn't look super wounded by it, but he's a little wounded by it. Okay, it's his turn.
And he runs up to the car.
Yeah, and then you, with your other quick action, Kinsey, you get in the car with Roland. And yeah, Pax, let's see if this guy can regain control of his jetpack. He's lost
I'd
control.
really love it if he could get in control of his jetpack.
Oh my god. What has happened here?
Really gone off the rails on this one.
Okay. So, he's a little hurt. He's got the extra passenger.
He was recently threatened.
Sort of.
And so we'll say the 2 and or was it 3 of them who are in the hover car did escape a predator. The predator being.
Yeah, so you get a grit and everyone gets an XP. That's not what I would call a great roll. So he doesn't regain control,
No!
but he did get 1 success, so he doesn't crash.
Hey.
And he has slight bonuses to try to gain control on his turn, his next turn. But yeah, he is still spinning around, flying off into the distance north of town. but he hasn't quite hit the ground yet. His altitude like dips dangerously close to the ground, and then they like turns sideways and flies up. Yeah, he's just like spinning all around. The extra weight of you is throwing him off for sure. So that's his turn. Pax, you have a final turn.
Is there anything within 50 feet of me?
The ground, rocks, stuff like that, for sure.
Is there like a tree, or a bush, or a rock with a jagged edge?
Roll an observe test for me, and
I knew you were gonna say
how well of an observe test you roll will tell me how good of a ledge you find to try and shoot at. You're gonna be at a -2 though. I would say you're a bit distracted.
Yeah, no, that's totally reasonable. Like, I can't fault that logic, not even a little. Okay. All right. At a -2. I have 2 hits.
Okay, cool. So there's no trees. That's just, you don't need to get any hits to know that. There's plenty of rock and like cracked. I said that like the ground around here is like cracked and has like natural like ridges. You see some spots where you might be able to shoot. It's still going to be an extremely hard shot, but you spotted a couple spots where it might work. So I'll reduce the penalty a little bit. We'll call it a -3 to try and hit something with your grapple.
On top of the -4?
No, the -4 was to shoot a person with a grapple gun.
Okay. Okay, so...
Shooting an inanimate object with a grappling gun. That's exactly what it's made for.
Yeah!
But it is a relatively hard shot. But you did roll well enough on your observe to reduce that a little bit, so it's only a -3.
Okay.
This is exactly what the inventor of the grapple gun envisioned.
Okay. Oh, all right. What's the accuracy of a grapple gun?
No, this is just a test. Just roll a range test. -3.
Yeah. Okay. I have 4 hits.
Sweet. Yeah, you nail it. You're spinning around, you give up on the knife on the throat, you're just holding on, and you slide back a little bit so your arms are extended. You look behind you, and you see like the cracked ground like coming towards you and then going away and then coming towards you as you're like spinning around, getting really dizzy, and then you hold out your hand and shoot the ground, and mercifully it dives into like kind of that cracked earth, and the spokes seem to catch purchase, and you quickly see and the tension becomes real tight. Are you trying to stop him? Are you trying to like Captain America hold him in place, or are you just trying to like pull yourself to the ground? What are you attempting to, or like what do you do now that when the cable snaps taut? What do you try to do? Hold on to him and the grapple gun? Hold on to just the grapple gun? What's up?
Yeah, me and him. I'm gonna do my best Chris Evans I can.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna be an athletics test.
Yeah.
It's gonna be opposed. And
By gravity?
No, by like him, right?
Yeah.
And you're still gonna have negatives even though it's opposed, because this is insanely hard what you're trying to do.
I realize this. I have 2 grit. I would like to bamboozle.
So, it's 3. I gotta put it at a -6. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't have. Oh wait! Ooh, was someone threatened with violence?
Yes.
Have I? No. Gah. An open fight was avoided through underhanded means. At the beginning, when we didn't fight them and they ambushed us.
The ambush happened at the last. You guys got
Come
grit for the
on.
last one.
An open fight was avoided
That's your fault for not resolving it in one session.
The open fight was already.
The open fight was avoided because Kinsey didn't freak out and lied to us.
He didn't though.
Fine.
What are your other two advancement triggers? Breaking
Get
the
away
law
with breaking the law. I
and
killed
taking,
a guy.
and taking something. Well, that was a fair fight.
I take something I want but don't deserve.
I'll
This
give you.
guy's jetpack.
Yeah, I'll give you. You take something you want but don't deserve, and that's this opportunity. or rather, a joyride on the back of this guy's jetpack.
All right, I'm gonna spend.
So that gets you a grit. You don't have to spend your grit until after you roll if you're trying to go it strong, but that's.
Okay,
But
I will roll and then I will go it strong.
If I'm understanding right, you only have 3 grit, so you don't bamboozle him now.
Right.
Okay. Currently, you're up against an 8.
Okay.
But I got grit.
I'm gonna go it strong.
To be able to count?
A 13.
Ah. Okay. I will also go it strong.
Oh shit.
Wait, I get grit for that. I can live.
You do get a grit. I'm going to count this 12.
Okay.
So you only get 1 net success, right?
2.
You get 2. Oh, you got 2
Nice.
13s.
I have a 12 and a 13.
Okay. So so you don't. So what happens is you manage to like hang on. Your shoulders like pop with the force
Ow.
of
Yeah.
like this, but you manage to hang on. And mercifully, instead of him doing, because he doesn't have complete control, so you luckily, instead of him having like the full jet pulling directly opposite this cable, you manage to actually.
Just tension at all.
He's already turning that way, and you pull that way, and he fucking zooms over this way. He's still out of control.
Amazing.
Kinsey, you got a turn, but you're a passenger, and you don't have real line of sight at this point to do much. Do you want to hold your turn and let's see if this guy crashes?
I do.
Okay.
I really.
He crashes. so Pax, you gotta hold on. He fucking like zooms
my God.
over the other way. Pax, I will give you a +2 to your gymnastics test to try and like disengage from this crash before it happens. I think you've earned that.
Do you feel in danger from this event?
So I guess I said a +2, but honestly, it's going to be an even keel because you'll be at minuses and pluses. So you know.
Okay.
We'll just call it no modifier. You get to roll a gymnastics test to try to avoid this crash. As you bail out, you realize you're like, oh my god, it works, and then you're like, see the ground swinging away and coming right back at you, and you're like, ah, and let go right at the last second.
Oh wow. Is this unopposed?
It's unopposed. This is just reducing fall damage.
I rolled so bad. I mean, if it was opposed.
But you got-
Sorry, I got 4 hits.
Okay.
I have a 1, a 3, and 2 4s.
Jeez.
Also, the chat says that I did a jetpack suplex.
Yep. Accurate.
Awesome.
You did straight up just play Just Cause for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that's a video game? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Grappling hooks and grappling to and from vehicles features heavily in the whole thing.
Okay. I'm sorry. Wow. Did he die after all that? When I could have just shot him? I really hope he lives. Can I spend a grit so he lives?
No.
Nards.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take into account. All right, Pax. You got 4 hits, which is really good. You're going to take a whopping 8 damage.
Ow. I still have 2 hit points.
As you
does it hit my armor?
yeah, it does smash into your armor first. 8 damage, no piercing.
Great. I still have 7 hit points.
As you see what's happening, so you he's lost a little bit of momentum, and there's a brief moment where the slack on the cable loosens, and you realize he's about to just nosedive at that point because it's right at the end of his little half moon, and so you use that brief moment, you let go, and then you start pulling yourself in towards the ground at an angle, and you slam into the ground and try to roll with it, slamming, knocking the wind out of you. You tumble to the ground, and there's a big smashing sound with a slight explosion as this dude just head plants into the ground, crumpling up, and a small explosion scorching his lower half as he dies from impact.
Is he alive?
Jesus, Pax.
I could have just shot him.
And that's where we're gonna end the session because I got so excited during that fight I completely lost track of time. We've gone way over because that just started getting so wild. I just had to resolve it.
Oh my gosh.
So I know we don't have any questions in the Kickstarter exclusive Discord. So oh shit, no, there is one. There are a couple.
There's 2.
So we're gonna go through these real quick. If you have a question, drop it in the chat. We've gone a little over time. Thank you to everyone who's hung out this long to watch, and thank you to the cast for sticking beyond their usual asking time. Hopefully it was fun and good. Okay, first question comes from Argit Lam. Let's say you're playing a Monster Hunter campaign on Manifest. Which monster do you hunt for parts? What weapons and armor do you think do you make from these parts? Which monster parts would make the best weapons and armor without much refining? I have actually seen in one of the other playtests, there's a beast called a Gumbaroo. It has a hide that is actually particularly resistant to firearms and ranged attacks. It actually you have a chance when you shoot it with a gun that the bullet bounces back and hits one of you or your teammate. So I've seen there was a point where they fought a Gumbaroo, they killed the Gumbaroo, salvaged some of its hide, and then I let them use the Gumbaroo hide as a complete replacement for all the materials needed for the hardened armor mod. I just let them use just the piece of Gumbaroo hide to make the hardened armor mod, because that's actually a thing you do with in Manifest is if you salvage parts from an animal, if you decide to use them to craft something that is akin to what makes sense, the GM is encouraged to reduce the cost for crafting that thing. Basically let you use the animal parts in replacement for machinery cubes or tech cubes, depending on what you would be working on.
Another good example is the copper bird. You could replace a tech cube with its copper feathers.
Yep.
In the vein of Monster Hunter, you could just take a Snollygoster spine, and that's your spear now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are some good ones. Yeah, those are probably some of the better ones. I think if you manage to kill a Snallygaster, you could use its hide for a photoreplicant poncho.
The giant camouflage mosquito trap.
Yeah. Then Tribuon asks a question. saying, is there much interaction between illuminated abilities and technology? Is there any kind of technomancers on Manifest? I feel like we've gotten a question similar to this before in the past. The answer is, well, Addie, I think you gave the answer last time this was asked. Do you remember, or do you want me to take it?
Yeah. So, luminescence, in and of itself, is used in a lot of tech. You can even see it. You even saw it tonight with the hard caliber bullets. Luminescence and being illuminated are not that different. Being illuminated also can give you higher agility or more hit points, or the ability to see better. So you can use it in conjunction with your tech, but it doesn't actually affect any tech. There is no illuminated power that allows you to control or modify anything except for yourself or other people or animals.
Yep.
Like a rock. You could like fling a rock.
No known illuminated abilities that directly interact with tech that has luminescent-based materials in it. You can't use luminescence to mess with luminescence. So yeah, those are the answers to those two questions. I don't see any others in the chat except for plenty of just all of the comments during
running commentary that I love.
Yeah, jetpack suplex. God, yeah, that was hilarious. Also, all of you can get a grit right now for surviving a dangerous situation. Before I forget, well done, you. Thank you to everyone who's been watching. We hope you all had a good time. We are on again next week on the 3rd of March. So we will be on again at 8 o'clock Central that time. Thank you so much. Thank you to all three of you. You all did great. That was tons of fun. And we're going to be out.
Don't forget to subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe. That's the thing I was forgetting to say. Like and subscribe. Follow and subscribe. Bye.